Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to Geneva for this conference dedicated to our beloved instrument, the nicest of all, the cornet. I'd like to start by thanking my institution, of course, the Haute École de Musique de Genève, for all the support provided during this past year of research. And I'd like to thank personally Rémi Campos and Guillaume Castella for their help at every stage. I'd like to thank you all gathered here, willing to share your research with the community and be part of that tiny yet very active hive. The historical performance practice world is by essence rooted in research. Although we could say that in the last 10, maybe 15 years, we can witness a certain trend towards standardization in a way. Pioneers in the field like Bruce Dickey and Roland Wilson honor us of their presence today and always kept looking for what they thought would be relevant, interesting, true in a way. Every detail counts and can challenge our thoughts on the way we perform our music, and being specialized is what makes us indispensable. We have all grown with the 1981 Basler Jahrbuch, so-called the Zinkbuch, as well as Bruce Dickey and Michael Glover Music for the Cornet, as seminal catalogs for our practices. Now, what the future Zinknet platform will do is just about the same. At least we'll try to do as good as they did, but updated and accessible online. Also, the main new feature, let's say, will be to try to connect different aspects of these seminal catalogs, namely the repertoire catalog and the instruments, and try to connect them through a series of tools available online. So, to connect repertoire and surviving instruments, hopefully stimulating further research in the years to come. Now, I will introduce you to my fellow assistants I had the pleasure to work with the whole year round. This is Tim Mullenbelt and Sushant Jakar, and we'll talk more about what we've been doing this last year. Thank you.
All right. So, like Lambert said, we are trying to create a sort of platform online to make the database work that has already been done more accessible to anyone who is interested, so researchers, cornetists, or just enthusiasts who are interested in any of the subjects surrounding the cornet and its repertoire. Of course, the question is why and how. So we started looking for what we want with our online platform. And one of our main criteria is to make it easy to work with and, of course, widespread, because that's, of course, an issue, if I may, with printed databases or printed sources, is that you have to have the source in hand, and searching through it can be a challenge. Even with more modern versions of, for instance, PDFs that are searchable, then still there's a limited way of searching, limited specificity, let's say. So we started looking for the things we want to incorporate in our online platform to facilitate searching through these catalogs or databases. So the main thing is around the search engine itself. What aspects does it need to contain? So we've been looking through different databases that are available online to look at the things that we think would work specifically for our needs as cornetists and researchers in the early music world. So things we came in contact with were, and especially it's about the advanced search here, so prompts to use and, or not, so you can exclude specific information that you don't need, or that you can, well, these are quite standard ways of using search engines. Then, of course, years of publication or of composition, also ranges in that, so you can say, okay, in between 1650 and 1732, Instrumentation, and one important thing is also excluding instruments, meaning that if you're looking for a very specific instrumentation, but you know that it doesn't include an organ, you can just specify you don't want, like if you have a piece name and you don't want organ tablatures of this piece, then you can exclude organ in instrumentation, thus making it easier to find the specific piece you're looking for. The composer's year of birth, the genre, which would be good to be able to make a sort of top-down division from small to large, meaning from, for instance, just the division between vocal music and instrumental music, to more specific things like, is it a mass or a canzona or a sonata or any of other possibilities. Geographical location, the holding institution, so in which library or are they present, or in which institution they can be found. The RISM number, because we are working very closely with the database of RISM, where we get the information that will be presented on our platform is the information that is in the database of RISM. So the RISM number will be available, and the link to the RISM website if there's more information there that you want to search. If it's a collection or an individual work, and also one of the things that is of course very, or not only to the cornet, but is quite specific, is the importance of range and clefs, which can say a lot about how, in which pieces cornets were used and how they were used. And these are, of course, all things that are in some way are present in, for instance, RISM as an already existing database, and in some ranges not yet, because RISM is an extremely large database with repertoire spanning many centuries. And of course, with many people with different interests use RISM as their main source of information. And as we are a very specific group, a tailored version of this seems important. Oh yeah, and one last thing is also a possibility to, for instance, leave comments by the users of the website to ask for specific information or add specific information. If people come across a source that is not yet in the database, they can let us know in a way, and we can share information, because that's something we're searching for, is a database that is open to everyone as a sort of collaboration project to extend our knowledge of the cornetto repertoire. So here's some different institutions or different databases online that we used to compile this list of things that are necessary for us. For instance, here in the museum, the instrument museum websites in Germany, there's this good example of the or and or not ways of searching. And for instance, this is specifically for instruments. So the material or technique used to make the instruments, which of course are a very interesting thing to be able to filter on, or geographical location. Then in the printed sacred music database of RISM, there are, like you can see, wait, I can. So you can see the contains the phrase, begins with, starts with, so it makes it very specific what you can search for. Here are the different filter options, which can be very valuable if you are, so you can all order them in which language they are, on the composer name, the piece name, all of these things are searchable. And here's the contemporary music database, Brahms, which includes, without the instruments like I talked about before, which can be very useful for limiting your search fields. And lastly, of course, incipits are already a part of RISM, but we found very often that it is one or two, or sometimes more incipits that are often the soprano voice, or at least in vocal music, it's a lot the voices and not the instruments. So, of course, we want to try to extend this into adding incipits with the clef mentioned and the original notation for the cornet parts in specific. And then one of the databases we've been using recently is the database that just came out of Linda Pierce. Do you remember the exact name?
For the trombone, the early trombone catalog.
Yes, that's it. Which is the most recent catalog that touches on our world as the cornetto, because of course a lot of repertoire is shared, and it is brought out as a book and as a searchable PDF, which is what we have the pleasure to work with now. But of course, working with this, we have also come across the limitations of a searchable PDF in that you can only search for specific words and not filter in any way. Yes. So why a separate database and not just using the one from RISM or any other existing databases is the audience is very specific with specific needs that we are trying to tailor with our platform. So for instance, in RISM, but in many others, there are search options that are not relevant to us. Then one of issues we've come across, and that we'll mention again also later in the presentation, is that there are sometimes instrument naming issues. So, for instance, the different spellings of the cornet, meaning cornetto with C or cornetto with a K, or they use abbreviations CNTO, CTTO, or any possibilities, sometimes even COR, meaning implying that it is a horn and not a cornet. So these are all things that we come across that we try to, because it's specifically for our repertoire and our instrument, we are very specific in changing these. Like I said already, clefs and range, and a centralized place to connect catalog repertoire to surviving instruments, which will be a part of the database, will be a part for the repertoire regarding our instruments and a part regarding all the instruments in the museums, so that we can start making a network of pieces that belong to certain types of instruments or instrument builders, so that we can therefore attain a more historically informed or authentic way of performing the music on the instruments that they were written for.
So thank you, Tim, for talking about the form that we want to, the form of the new platform we want to create. But what about the content? So now we'll talk about what database, what music will be featured in the platform. So, as Tim said, we wanted to be feed by the RISM catalog. But the question is the RISM catalog complete when we talk about cornet music? And is it searchable? Do we find all the cornet music easily? So that's a small question, but a lot of work. But we've been doing a big work on that. So firstly, here you have a bibliography of catalogs specific for the cornet or around the cornet. So the first attempt to make a catalog was Vriend Overtones, der Zink. It's still a small database, a small catalog. Then Michael Colver's article in the Basler Jahrbuch, the Zinkbuch, extended this a lot. And of course, the one that most of us are using to search for cornet music is the one by Michael Corver and Bruce Dickey, present here. A catalog of music for the cornet from 1996. Apparently, this catalog has been slowly updated since. But the idea was to really try and push that forward and update all the data we have in there. Another catalog you can see here actually doesn't concern the cornet directly. It's the early trombone, a catalog of music. This catalog, well, in the preface, Linda Pierce states that there is music for cornet that is not in Bruce Dickey's catalog in there. So we decided to also take that into account when checking the RISM for its completeness for about on everything related to cornet. So cross-checking RISM was the biggest part of the work of this year. So here you have one entry from Bruce Dickey's catalog. This entry, so we have one composer, Albrici, and two pieces. We had access to the Word document, so we numbered every piece from the catalog and then searched for it inside the RISM online database. So this is the result of our Excel sheet, that we find that number 6, Domine Deus exercitum, is inside the platform, is in RISM. So we find a RISM number, a link, and when we check the specified instruments, we find CNTO here. So this has been the standard name for cornet, the most used. So if CNTO is there, then we put an indicator here that there is no problem. It coincides perfectly between RISM and the catalog. But then when you look at the number 7, Aurora, there we see a problem. The problem was that Bruce Dickey indicates the cornets are cornetino here. And RISM says CNTO, the same thing. So this was another indicator. Number 3 in our language means that there is a problem in the specifics of the cornetto instrument family. So these indicators, we have a lot of them. These are all the indicators that we've been attributing to the sources. And we've been checking that on, well, right now, we've done the entire instrumental music catalog in Bruce Dickey's publication, and also the entire vocal music. We've started checking everything that is in Linda Pierce's publication that is not in Bruce Dickey's, and we've got to 100% of the instrumental music, and we are still working on the vocal music, and we are around 73% of the whole data. And so with this, we can make a provisional result, a provisional summary. So we are missing some sources, but already now we find basically, so these are not the same numbers on, basically red means there's a big problem, 0 means there's no problem, and all the things in between are the types of problem that will indicate how difficult it will be to update it. Because the idea is that if we want it to be fueled by RISM, is to collaborate with RISM Digital and update the RISM database on Cornet, basically. But then it becomes more or less easy to do it. So here, in number 1, it's okay. So in the total that we have, there are 544 pieces that are in RISM with the mention CNTO, all good. Then small changes. 200 pieces that will require small changes. The problems that this is supposed to solve is specifics of the cornetto family. It won't be a big deal, apparently. Well, we will discuss that. We will discuss that, but this is our hypothesis of how easy or not easy it'll be to change this. Changing CNTO for cornettino doesn't feel like a big change. Spelling discrepancies, changing cornetto with a K, I don't know where that comes from actually, but it is in there. And changing that for CNTO doesn't feel like a big change either. Then, middle ground, 227 pieces, is there is an instrumentation, but cornetto is absent from the instrumentation. So everything is there, just not cornet. That feels possible. And then big changes is when just there is no instrumentation whatsoever. So if the piece is there, there's no instrumentation, it becomes more difficult because we would have to take the responsibility of adding the whole instrumentation, not only talking about cornet. So this is everything that is present in RISM, and then the last bit, 385 pieces that are just not in RISM. So that is a big deal, and we will see how we can solve this. The lost sources are the sources that are supposed to be lost and that are mentioned as lost by Linda Pierce. We decided that this publication was recent enough to trust that if she says it's lost, we can say it's lost, but we still have it in our Excel sheet, so if we find it, it could be added to the database quite easily. So I don't have much more to say about this. I don't know if you have something to add. So yes, this will be a database that really includes basically everything that is already published, and we will nourish it with new sources as soon as we will have corrected already what we know. So it's we are heading towards a good future for searching Cornet repertoire. Thank you for it.
Maybe while Laurent and Andrew are getting equipped with the mics, we have a little time for questions. If anything was unclear, I don't know, or Bruce.
Yes, I'm a little unclear about what the role of RISM is in this your catalog, in the sense that it seemed a little bit implicit in what you were saying that if there is a discrepancy between, let's say, my catalog and RISM, that you're assuming that RISM is correct and this other catalog
no, actually
is
not. It's the opposite.
Because what I want to know, what I'm wondering about is, in these cases, like say it says cornettino in one catalog and cornetto in RISM, what is your procedure for resolving that? Because I think the only way to resolve it is to look at the original.
Of course,
and
but that's basically the second phase of our project. The fact that we decided to, ask and turn towards RISM for that future platform is, the main thing is about sustainability. Because when we build a database, and the thing is that the repertoire part of our project will not be a real database, but more like a static website fed by RISM, is the only way that we make sure that whatever happens, because RISM is a strong institution, let's say, that whatever happens, they will all the work we do directly on their, or that they help us doing on their database, will just last for the future generations. But we don't have also in the case, for example, in which we are sure that the original is there in the library, which is not in, and it's not in RISM. I think they can probably stop me if I'm wrong, but it's not that we have the right to just add stuff. It's a collaboration between RISM and the concerned libraries. So we need on all those, let's say, minor, small change, medium change, big changes, problems that we faced, that we're still facing, we'll probably need to address different solutions and make sure that what's in there, what we can all use by then, is actually the correct information.
I mean, that leads me to another question, which probably will be answered by Andrew, or could be, which is, you know, the different nature of the entries in RISM and in, let's say, our catalog, and that RISM, as far as I understand it, is based on information provided by the libraries themselves. And so there's a huge diversity in accuracy and the kind of information that comes into RISM. And an issue like Cornetino versus Cornetto requires a certain basic knowledge. Yeah. First of all, Cornetino, maybe it says Cornetino on one part and Cornetto on another, or Cornetto in the table of contents and Cornetino on the parts. Maybe the person at the library had no idea what Cornetino was, and so just wrote Corno, or
definitely
don't know what. So they're just, I'm sure that I'm not raising a new issue here, but there needs to be an awareness of what kind of information this is and how it comes into the database. And also my other question would be about the strategy for finding that, I think, vast amount of music that is neither in RISM nor in these other catalogs.
Well, I mean, we have to start somewhere. Basically, we have a plan first to try to fix this as much as best as we can. And then we have a list of libraries in which we know because we've been there as individuals or so, and we'll try to integrate these entries gradually, I think, and try to do them through RISM will be our main source of, I mean, the feed will always have to come
but
through
I would
RISM.
think with this kind of project, one of the great things is that you can have users submit music entries. And so is the best method for that these comments that will be, there was a thing about the database and comments provided by readers.
Comments meaning like I think we definitely go where, and that's why you all gathered here, is that the idea is that we can all contribute and collaborate on it. It's not to keep, whenever you find a whole binder full of Cornetto music, the idea is that, please send it to us and let's make sure that we make... And how to integrate this is the technical part is still very...
I really
not
hope
unclear,
that people get motivated and stimulated to do that, because I think that would be the single greatest addition to the...
Yes, that's definitely the goal. But we need to, again, it's about what the database is, what a static website is, and in terms of technique, internet, I mean, and it's just to make sure that everything is sustainable and that we make sure that we will have, I mean, certain aspects of the platform will have to be specialized and dedicated, as Tim mentioned. Like some really specific information is not relevant for the RISM, and so we'll need to probably have part of the future platform which will be how do you say, which we will edit manually, gradually on certain entries. Also, the whole organological parts of this future website will I mean, it's not what the RISM is there for. So this will be we need to understand a little bit. And maybe part of the database will be just fed from RISM, and then another website, and then which website is pointing where. This is still, I mean, we need to, for the technical solutions needs to be found. But all these questions that you raise are definitely the reasons why we're all here and trying to understand, like, what do we need, how, and how we can make sure that what we're building here is actually useful for everyone. But I just leave the stage.
Very good. Good afternoon. Many thanks for the invitation. It's great for me and Andrew to be here, to have a chance to say a few words about RISM. I think we already very quickly entered the discussions. I'm not at all a specialist of cornet music, and I think nobody or very few people at RISM could claim that, which I think is a very important point, because then when we deal about this music, we do the best we can, especially catalogers, when they have a source and it's written cornetto, trumpet. I mean, again, they do the best with the knowledge they have, which means that from one point of view, your point of view, this might very well be wrong. But I hope this doesn't mean that everything is useless, right? So this, I think, is the reason for us to be here, is to see how we can try to work together to make sure we can benefit from the expertise we have and that the other might not have, and try to build better resources by sharing our competencies. So I'm going to start by saying a few words about RISM Digital, but also more specifically the RISM project in general, and look a little bit at the history. We're talking about sustainability, we're talking about maintaining a database. This is what we do, and it's not bad sometimes to look where we come from, and that's also a reason to understand why some of the things might not be perfect, because it's now already quite advanced in the 21st century, but things started before, and people were thinking differently before, and they had different tools and different platforms to do their work. So this is why we need to work on that, and this is part of the sustainability aspect of project. So this gives a very simple structure of the RISM project. It evolved over years, but this is the current situation, where at the bottom, that's probably the most important thing. It's all the working groups in more than 30 countries. Some of them are very active, some of them are less active, some of them have huge quantity of sources to deal with, like Germany or Austria or Italy. Some of them have many, many less. And every working group is more or less organized the way they want, the way they can. In several countries, like the UK or France, it's around the Bibliothèque Nationale or the British Library. These are traditionally the center for the RISM working group. In Switzerland, we've been having a working group as an institution per se, and we've been lucky to have some funding for that. In Germany, they also have working groups dedicated, but in different libraries, in Munich and in Berlin in priority. Poland is also a bit different. Anyway, this is how it's structured, and we try to get work as much as we can from these working groups. And that brings the data with, as I said, not necessarily specialists in all the sources that's being cataloged, but nonetheless brings data. We are the digital center, and you can see we are the same level of the editorial center, the Zentralredaktion. So this is something that was put in place 4 years ago as a follow-up of the funding we had for the Swiss working group. because we've been gathering a lot of experience in maintaining the digital infrastructure for the project, so now it's agreed that this is for the whole community. And at the top, you have IMS and YAML, the two funders, funding or sponsoring institution, who created the project in the 50s. I'll come back to that a little bit later. And funding-wise, in Germany, it's mostly funding by the Academy in Mainz, and in Switzerland by the Fonds National Suisse pour la Recherche. The digital center, so as I said, one of the main role is that to maintain the digital infrastructure. Andrew will talk mostly about RISM Online, which is the public side of this infrastructure. We also maintain Muscat, which is the cataloging tool, so the database system where people go and connect every day. We have people using it all day of the years, you know, Christmas Eve, you get people doing some cataloging. 1st of January, I mean, it's incredible. It's non-stop, and this is really nice. Then we also have we develop, maintain some tools. You might know Verovio, which is an engraving tool that we started to develop for showing the incipits, and also we try to be involved in teaching activity, research project, and so on. And this collaboration is a good example of things we try to promote and want to do. And the last thing, we still act as a working group for Switzerland. There are still some sources that needs to be inventoried, and we have a few colleagues who do that on as a work day for them, which to go and do some cataloging in Muscat. So we have both sides represented. Funding-wise, very quickly, I mentioned, so 80% of our budget is covered by the Fonds National, Swiss National Science Foundation, as an infrastructure project. So it's not a research project, it's an infrastructure project that's reevaluated every 4 years. There's about 10 of them in Switzerland, and we're lucky to be one of them. And that's covered 80% of the budget. And then we have collaboration with research projects or cataloging projects. I listed a few here. An important one is the Digital Mozart online edition in Salzburg that's been funding us for many years for this Verovio tool. We have a collaboration with the Link Music project at McGill, some project at the DFG in Germany, also around Verovio. Ilaute, again, another domain where you have really specialists focused on one repertoire. This is a project happening now in Austria, Germany, and Switzerland. We're partnering with them on that. And then there might be some more short-term projects, short-term collaboration. We implemented the MEI support in MuseScore as an example. And also we have a project with a cataloging agency who paid sometimes some funding for that. Now, very quickly, as I said, we're going to look back a little bit at this RISM project. That's a bit the current situation in terms of institution. But it's not bad to look back and see where we come from, where we come historically. So it started in the 50s, right after the war. German and French musicologists sat together, which was a very important moment and very significant historically, and decided, well, we need to create this inventory. Many sources had been lost, moved, stolen, and there was this idea to create this big inventory. And more than 70 years later, here we are. It's not over, but it started then. And what they would do then is to create printed books. I'm sure many of you know these blue books, which often are not very blue anymore because they've been on the shelf for so long. But these are still a very important reference. And these are two important series. The B series that started with the collection, printed collections, and then the A series, a single author publication. So you can see this has been published between 1960 and 1980, plus different ones. And these are not necessarily all up to date and online, but these two have been the focus for bringing things, very important and are still important today. Then, pioneer project, I must say, in the 70s, they were already started to have very interesting discussions on to use databases, right? And that was the very beginning. You had these big mainframe computers, and they would start thinking about what to do with that. And also because manuscripts are much more challenging to organize if you want to print a book, right? When you have a publisher or a composer, you can organize things very simply. That's why they started with this. Manuscript were a bit of a mess, and that's where they started doing database, which ended up in this microfiche, published from the 80s with about 20,000. I'm going to move forward, but then we moved to this laptop cataloging system where you had to send floppy disk by mail. And I joined when this Picado system was being used, which eventually led to CD-ROM, right? All good old databases, we all maybe remember that. And then started to move online, but using software that you had to install on your computer, which was, quite constraining, but a big step forward. No need to send a floppy disk by mail anymore. And 2010, the BSB put up an OPAC, so a library system to publish the whole data, which is still running today. And then in 16, that's where we started to broaden our resources from Switzerland. We had been developing this cataloging system that became the main cataloging system for all the RISM projects, which we develop still today and is used today. And in 2022, for the 70th anniversary, we launched RISM Online, which is this new platform for making the data accessible. And I think this is going to be an important point for this project, because it's not just a way to search the data, but really to make the data available for other usage. So this is kind of a summary. You can see this fish that was created in the UK. It's quite interesting by itself, because you have the original notes, and then it was sent to Frankfurt, driven by car. And they say, well, you actually need to do the incipits. That's where they started to decide to do the incipit, because there was no incipit at the beginning. So the boxes were brought back to the UK, and they did the incipit. That took 2 or 3 more years. And finally, it came into this mainframe computer. And this record on paper has been going all through this digitization, transcription, all that. It's there in RISM Online now. So this is how we have to deal with this old data. You can see a number here, 800, 159, and that was the original number at the beginning, the number by institution. So this is the work we have to do, is to maintain things. And luckily now, we've moved away from this fish, but we need still to maintain the data. And of course, it's never going to be perfect. So, and incipits, before they were on paper, now they've been transcribed with this plain and easy, which we still use because it's quite efficient. We're doing a revision to make it even better, but that's still used for the incipit, inventory of the incipits. So before I pass the microphone to Andrew, one overview of the data set. Never perfect, never finished, but this is still what we have. So 1,650,000 description of music sources. So this can be a whole book, but also pieces. So what a source is a whole question. We would need a full morning to talk about just that, but just to give a number. Many links to images, about 200,000, 70,000 with IIIF, which means you can see it. If you know about these things, you can see it in another web page very easily. About 2 million music incipits, and then authorities on people, on institutions, which are very important to share for projects. And this is the whole idea of RISM Online, is to make this data available for other projects, and hopefully also to gain collaboration so we can improve the data, but certainly not to take over project, but more to make available the resources for that. So I'm going to pass the microphone to Andrew, who's going to give you more detail on RISM Online.
Hi. I know so many of you in the room that it's kind of interesting that now you get to see what my day job is. As Laurent said, I develop RISM Online, and this is a website where we make our collection available. And I just thought I'd give you a brief orientation just to show you what it's like. So you can see it's got a big search box. We do it in 7 different languages, so if you don't speak English, you can choose your Polish, and it's translated in all these different languages, which is important because Poland is actually a significant contributor, so we try to make this available to as many people as possible. You can see here that one of the things that we can do is we can search for sources, and RISM is a source database, so if we take a composer like Bartale, we can get an idea of how many sources. One thing to watch up here is as I change the search interface, so let's see if we do CNTO, it will tell you how many results you get based on your thing. So if you're trying to figure out, do I get more results if I do CNTO or Cornetto, you can see that Cornetto has 1,500 results, CNTO is 900. So it's a way of looking through complicated data. So if we then click search, we get a list of results here that have Cornetto somewhere in the record. We click on it, we get a little preview where it tells us some information about this source. So basically the data that you can see in RISM. So that's basically everybody knows what a search engine is, and everybody knows what a source database is. There's not a whole lot new here. But what RISM Online also does is it exposes our authority files. So if I take that same composer and do Bartale, I now only get 2 results, but one of them is the composer that I'm interested in. So I can click him, I get his information, and I can go to his page. But one of the interesting things with this is that if you know the composer and you're only interested in the sources from that composer, we provide dedicated search interfaces for that composer's sources. So you can visit this composer's page and search all of the sources linked to it. So in this case, if I come here and do CNTO, I get the number of results in RISM that have this mentioned in the record. So it's also a really interesting thing to be able to drill down like this. Instead of wading through 2 million records, you can use RISM Online like this. Likewise, if you know the institution, so I'm going to do one here. So if you know an institution, you can actually look up the institution by a number of city names and sigla and that sort of thing. And we do the same thing for that. So you can see the institution's authority file, including a map of where it is. This one's not so interesting, but you can see what we know about it. But again, you can have a search interface built around the results that are in this particular library. So I can do a search in here, find the composers and other things that I might find here. So if we do, let's just try this, CNTO, and I have a little canned demo to show you guys. I can do source relationships, and there's a Bartale is right here, so I can do this. I can get 19 sources in this list. I can find this particular source that I'm interested in, 556. And as Laurent mentioned, we have incipits for this. One of the other features is that we have an incipit search. So if I find this, I can actually search for that and actually see that we have 2 results. So we looked at A556, but I can also now see that it's in A573, which is a different source. So if you've got 2 different, and this is of course across all sources in RISM, so you can do these sorts of searches in the data. That was a whistle-stop tour of RISM Online. And there's much more on there because I need stuff to do during the day. But we'll just quickly go on to how we will fit into this project and some of our ideas.
So you've seen this cataloging on paper and all the books. So it's been very historically very driven by data input. And I think the more we can now work with digital data, there's a shift we want to achieve in a way, which is to equally consider data input, which is not manual entry, but ingestion into the database. So we've been doing that in some projects. Where one of the things we want to also improve more is to improve workflows and not have necessarily something that's completely centralized, but more staff that does some reviewing of other people doing entry rather than really just cataloging and then editing. So something a bit more fluid in that, but also data aggregation and data ingestion. So that's something we've started with one project at McGill where people have done some cataloging of sources, looking at the content, and we can import that. But this needs to be put in place and very well organized. And we also always have to balance, is this faster to do it like that, or is this faster just to sit and catalog? So, but there are room for here re-evaluating a bit how the data comes into RISM, which is not necessary, what I'm saying, not necessary by sitting and doing some cataloging source by source, even though this is still very important and will continue. But again, we're changing a little bit how we can think about this. And I think, Andrew, I don't know if you wanted to say about this one, because that's, again, since you focus on RISM Online more,
Sure.
Your side. So that's for the data input, Andrew's going to say.
So traditionally, RISM has been focused on replacing or augmenting a library catalog. And what RISM Online is doing is it's shifting that to focusing on access to the sources as data, as things to be explored, not necessarily to go find a book on a shelf, but how do you get it in different platforms? So there are human search interfaces, so places for people to go. But we can also do other things with the data, with machine discoverability, with citability. So how do you cite these records in other platforms? Linked open data, and delivery of additional data. So if you have a project based on a composer or something, we can deliver you data about that. I'm just going to keep going. So that was a nice thing. I'm going to sort of set it up for the data partnership. So we're looking at partnerships with projects. One of the main things that many of you know in this room, this is not new, but long-term accessibility of digital resources is a real problem. You know, you probably can name off the top of your head 10 websites that were really good and that have gone away. And so what happens when your website when your funding runs out? What happens with the data? What happens with the people who are used to using that? And it's always a question of when, not if. That's the important thing. Your website will always disappear unless you go with sort of aggregate or some sort of sustainable platform. And so these partnerships with RISM provide some long-term, it's not, nothing is ever guaranteed, but if the data is in RISM, then your website can go away and people can still access the data that your project has provided, that the funders have provided, that you've paid research assistants to sit there and catalog over several years. If it's in RISM, just like Laurent showed you, from the 1970s till now, somebody's going to have this data. And also that it will be integrated with previous research. So if you find a book in a library, a print, and you say, oh, this library has this print, well, maybe 10 other libraries have that print as well, that you can add it to the record in RISM, and then everybody knows about that. Of course, there are some challenges in this that we're working through. So how to integrate RISM data into RISM that doesn't track, that RISM doesn't track. So if this project is interested in a specific instrument, you know, we're not so keen on like, you know, so-and-so's instrument, you know, this piece was written for so-and-so. It's an interesting bit of trivia, but it's not necessarily something that we want to do a deep dive on or that our librarians can do it. So how do you do separate information? How to properly credit contributions for the purposes of funding. So you give your data into RISM and we don't just say, thank you very much, go away, that you get credit for that. And then how to extract the subset of your data back, so like was presented earlier, getting the subset of your data back so that you can augment it with your own project information. So we have a little proof of concept that we'll quickly go through here. And what you'll see in this proof of concept is that we will generate a static website out of data from RISM Online. And once generated, these static sites don't need anything. You can sort of put them up on a web server, you can move them around, and they don't have a database, they're not WordPress, they're not any sort of interesting thing that is really hard to maintain. It's a static website that lives somewhere else. So what you'll see is that we will go to an institution page, and we'll look for a single library. So in this case, the Library of Geneva. And just like I showed you earlier, we'll get a list of sources. Importantly, we'll be doing some filtering here. So we're creating a subset. We get 976 results. Remember that number. This is all in RISM Online. This is all in RISM. You can scroll through it. But what you can also do is you can download this. And so this spreadsheet was just sort of exported from RISM. You can see a list of the identifiers, just like was shown in a spreadsheet. This column here is entirely made up. It's random data, but it's interesting data in that it's something that is added additionally to the RISM record. So it's something that doesn't exist in RISM in that case, and it does now. From that, we can actually generate our own website. This is a separate project website where we get a list of results from this spreadsheet that we can then provide a search interface based on this data that is both linked to RISM Online and with their own data. So you can link your data into RISM Online and also provide supplemental information that might not be in RISM. So this is all very quick. I know it's sort of like whoosh, but you know, you can come and talk to me. I'm a friendly guy, I think, and I can explain a bit more about what's happening here. But suffice to say, the spreadsheet that was shown in the first presentation is entirely exactly what we need to create sort of separate databases that both link into RISM and also supply additional information for specific projects like this one, like our printed music partners at McGill and other places where we have research projects that want to use RISM, want to sustain their data, but have their own agendas, so to speak. So, thank you very much.
I think we just might have 2-3 minutes for questions, and otherwise we can also use the time we have at the end of the day if it's like for longer questions. But if anyone...
Thank you. Yeah, Jamie Savan, sorry I was a bit late, missed the very start of the presentation, but caught all of this one, thank you. That functionality you showed at the end is really, really exciting, I think. Can you explain, when you download the identifiers, are you downloading a static copy of those identifiers, or does it remain dynamically linked to the RISM database?
Yes.
The latter?
Both.
Oh.
Yeah.
So those identifiers are what we call URLs, which you can use to retrieve the data. You know, you can put it on a web browser, you can go to visit the website. There is a machine interface behind that you can request sort of machine-readable data, so you can pull the data out for each of those URLs. You can say, I'm only interested in the list of composers or the list of libraries where this source is or something like that. You can pull that data out as well. But in a separate website, like you can just use that as static data. So you can always go and request the data, but your data in the spreadsheet is static. You can download as much as you want, keep it locally, and never actually get the data.
So the point being, if the details attached to the identifier get updated with a lot of new information, that's not necessarily going to pull through to a static website.
You can make it do that, but you can also make it not do that.
So, yeah, I mean, basically what happens here is that there is a script that you can decide to run every week, and that we pull the data from RISM Online. So typically, which has a query which corresponds to the query we had to say, show me all the sources from this institution. So if you run that query every week, 1 week there might be more sources there. So if you update your site with that, they will show there. Of course, then if there was some additional information that you also in the spreadsheet, there will be no additional information for these new sources, but you can also update your spreadsheet, right? The idea is to bring together two pieces of information, one from RISM Online, which can be updated, and a spreadsheet, which can also be updated, right? Yeah. So it's static once it's there, but you can be once a month, once a week, once a year, and then it depends how often the data changes. And not at all if there's no more resources on either side and say, this is now it. Yeah. So there is some flexibility here. You don't look very convinced, but yeah. Okay. I mean, we've seen this printed sacred music database, which we had as a research project 15 years ago, and which we maintain. But we're running also some difficulties to maintain this internally. So we're planning to use exactly this approach, which to put everything we can from this printed sacred music in Muscat and in RISM, and have additional information pulled from a static site and put this together. So this is a solution we also plan to use internally for some specific projects.
Good. I think I need to get stripped of my microphone.
And next speaker is Patrick Sabot, musicologist and instrument maker, organologist. I think it's a little bit difficult to define. He's a one-man band doing a little bit of everything. And yeah, welcome.
Thank you very much for the invitation. And I also want to thank you very much for organizing this great event on which we can meet all together. First, I need to say it's an honor to contribute to a discussion with such esteemed experts in a Cornet research. And my goal here is to offer fresh perspective and foster further discussion in hope this presentation will serve as a foundation for our insights in the true spirit of this conference. Moreover, we spoke about a catalog and how do measuring connects with this project is that we take certain instruments which we measure and we can then connect with the repertoire. Yes, sorry, let's see if this works. Okay. In this speech, I will focus on modern methods of measuring instruments using computed tomography. Instead of diving into technical details, I will discuss what particularly needs to be measured, how to carry out these measurements, how the data should be organized and what can be achieved with this data. The aim is to reach a mutual agreement on defining the most important aspects of Cornet design and to create a measurement method that effectively records data usable for producing a functional replica of a Cornet. This methodology shall later serve as a guideline for anyone interested in contributing to the measurement and research of Cornets. The most extensive research using modern CT technology featuring a clearly defined methodology was conducted at Vienna Kunsthistorische Museum. The results of this research, published in a widely known book, don't need to be presented here. This work presents an excellent foundation for us to develop a measurement methodology, and my intention is not to criticize or undervalue this remarkable achievement. However, based on experience using this data to create replicas, it's worth considering what could have been done better. For shortness of time, I will point out only 3 most problematic aspects. In the Vienna book, there is a demonstration of how computed cross-sections can be analyzed. That means when you have an instrument and you have like a cross-section of its bore and you can measure its area. Although this option is discussed in the technical chapters, the method of measuring 2 perpendicular diagonal lines, as you can see on the picture, was chosen due to instances when the regularly spaced measurements, they spaced their measurements each centimeter of the bore, happens to be at the tone holes. So in that instance, we couldn't really read the area of cross-section. While this method works well in theory for measuring circular bore, I mean the method with the 2 diagonal lines, the reality is that bore cross-section of curved corners are typically far from circular. This inevitably leads to a different bore designs as an outcome of such measurements, affecting the tuning and characteristics of the replica. Oops. Acquiring the exterior measurements using the east-west horizontal measurements of distance between 2 faces, that means like this, is bypassing the important aspect of bore position inside the cornet's body, which is most relevant for the tone hole's depth. As shown in the picture, the bore of a cornet is rarely concentric with its body. In this case of SAM 235, that's the signature of the instrument in the museum, the top face has a significantly thinner wall compared to the bottom face. This offset was also noted by the authors of the book, and it affects the instrument's tuning characteristics. However, this detail was omitted from the measurement data, leading to an instrument which is effectively different from the original, especially in the second register. Regular positioning of the bore measurements looks logical, but in reality, Cornet's bore consists of multiple spots that are crucial for defining not only the intonation, but general characteristics of the instrument. This means we may be more interested in one spot in high resolution than other parts, which can be easily interpolated. One of the such points of interest can be seen on the Cornet SAM 232. While this spot raised awareness and led to added image in the book, as we see here, it was omitted in the measurement data. We don't have a record of its position and some particularities of it. For this reason, we need to lay out all the important aspects of the Cornet design, which we need to observe on our primary source to successfully capture its function. Well, the question is what to measure on cornets. In this point, I would like to hand out a reply form, and these are dedicated mostly to cornet researchers and cornet makers who have an experience with measuring and making cornets. So those who are present, especially cornet makers, I would like to ask you if you can take this form and follow the presentation with it, and perhaps reply to it with your opinions, because this should be dedicated discussion, not really. This is sort of my suggestion here, but in the end, I hope we can figure out common agreement on how this methodology should be structured. What to measure on cornet? What concerns bore measurements, we shall take area of cross sections perpendicular to central axis of the instrument, measured regularly each 10 millimeters of the bore from the start to the end of the instrument. In case the position interferes with the tone hole or undercutting, the measurement shall be omitted and determined by the interpolation. Further measurement by area of cross-section should be added or performed with increased resolution, meaning each 5 millimeters or less if necessary. And this should be done on specific points of interest along the bore. Positions of those measurements also serve as a longitudinal measurement of those elements. That means that if we find some element on some spot, we measure it on that spot, and that also gives us the position where that aspect is located. My suggestions for such point of interests are mouthpiece inlet, exact length and shape, or mouthpiece in the case of mute cornets. Point of transition from inlet back bore, that's like mouthpiece inlet, to the main bore. First 10 millimeters of bore right after the mouthpiece inlet. Then any possible tuning adjustments or irregularities in top part. 20 millimeters of bore above the thumb hole. Any point from which there is an observable change in the conicity, especially position of this change. Position right before and after tone hole undercuttings. Any possible tuning adjustments or irregularities after the sixth hole, that means all these Zeppelin-shaped adjustments, and last 20 millimeters of the instrument. Yes. For tone hole positions, they should be recorded in a way that determines center of the hole along the central axis. That means if we go through the, I'm sorry I didn't include the image here, but if you picture, we are going through a cross section of the bore, and we start to see where the hole starts, and we see how it widens up, and at the point when it's the widest, that's where we determine that this is the center of the hole. Or the other method that was suggested to me by Roberto Bando, who is maker of traverso flutes, take a measurements of top and bottom edge of the hole along the front face of the instrument. This may help in some cases when it's difficult to determine where exactly is the tone hole center. Tone hole undercutting and overcutting shall be measured by establishing an axis of a tone hole, and this axis may not be perpendicular to the instrument center axis. It depends how the maker tilted the instrument when he was drilling the hole. Measurement by area of cross-section shall be performed each 1 millimeter or less perpendicular to the tone hole axis in order to effectively record the volumetric model of the tone hole. In addition to the cross-section and horizontal and vertical dimensions of the tone hole shall be measured. In this way, we attempt to record possible elliptical or irregular shape of the tone hole, which has an impact on lower and upper octave particular tone. The measuring of the exterior is relevant for the material thickness of the instrument's body and the depth of the tone holes. Since replicating the irregularity when the bore is not concentric with the body is too complicated, we shall prioritize what is the most relevant for the replicating instrument's function. In this case, priority lies with the tone hole's depth, which is, in my opinion, affects most the first harmonic tones. You can perhaps reply if you agree with this point, if it's so also for you. For this reason, we shall measure wall thickness at the tone holes and use it to establish exterior on the tone hole's position. So that means, like, we will measure the exterior at the part where the tone hole is, and then adjust everything else to it to create, to achieve a coherent shape of outer shape of the instrument. Beside the outer shape, the exterior aspects as winding grooves and diamond patterns should be recorded as it is on the model instrument to include their potential effect. This summarizes the methodology layout, which is open for all your critical remarks, suggestions, and comments that I hope that you will contribute, and I will later make a review of these comments so we can see what everybody replied and what are everybody's suggestions. To effectively capture these intricate details and ensure accuracy in our measurements, we rely on computed tomography scanning. This technology plays a pivotal role in our ability to gather precise data for both exterior and internal aspects of the instrument. When it comes to CT scanning, we have several options ranging from small portable CT scanners through medical devices to dedicated industrial scanners. While portable scanners are a solution for situations when it's not acceptable for a museum to take the instrument outside, they may have significant limitations for size of the instrument or resolution of the scanning. Medical scanners are sometimes accessible option in close vicinity of the instrument. However, we must understand that human CT scanners comes with unnecessary limitation of radiation dose. This inevitably leads to significant lower volumetric pixel-voxel resolution and significant edge gradient, which moves according to calibration settings. Third option are less available industrial scanners, which can achieve much better resolutions. For us, optimally 50 microns. Benefit is that the edge calibration in this case is solved and non-human dependent. For this solution, we found a very convenient cooperation with size quality excellence centers, which are located in numerous places around Europe, usually within 200 kilometers from the instrument, which is drivable distance. Here, I would like to present two cases of measuring projects we worked on recently as a part of a Zinknet project. First case is a measuring of mute cornet by Bassano from Leipzig Musikinstrument Museum with a signature 1559, which is originally from Kassel. The instrument is listed as in A fingering and A435 pitch. However, I find it rather in F and A470. The instrument was scanned by museum using medical CT scanner together with 3 other mute cornets from the collection. We were provided DICOM files, which is raw CT data, and used Swiss-made freeware software Horos, designed for medical radiology examination to perform measurements. Yes, so this is how this is the model that we obtained from scanning. To determine the edge of the instrument's body, it was necessary to calibrate the imagery using physical measurements done by Damien Bardonnet. Merci beaucoup. It would not be possible without your contribution to this. His physical measurements of tone holes were used to calibrate the on-screen image, and the edge was defined at the border of yellow and green layer of hue spectrum projection. I want to a little bit elaborate on this. You can add densities, which you are displaying, and change their values, which means that your instrument, when you change the values, will appear smaller or bigger. So it's very difficult to establish the correct scale and the correct border on this edge gradient, which is a result of the medical CT scan, which is not so precise as the industrial one. But here, using this method, we could establish where the edge is and work from there. Bore measurements were obtained according to our methodology using polygon tool in the Horos and defining area of cross-section by placing numerous points manually along the edge of inside wall. Measurements were taken each 5 millimeters of the instrument with added measurements on point of interest. Here, this is just an example. In reality, I was doing them much more dense, and it's a very time-consuming way. And it took me probably whole evenings of 1 month to do one instrument in this way. So it needs some dedication, and I also collaborated on other instruments with students of musicology in our Connues University in Bratislava. They were helping with the research as part of their organological seminar. Tone holes and their shapes were mapped by measuring areas of tone holes cross-section each ½ millimeter along the tone hole axis. You can see like the lines show where I took the cross-sections and measured them by area, with the similar method as I used for the bore. Since the instrument was rather regular and concentric, exterior was measured with simple method, and positions of tone holes were recorded along the central axis of the instrument. As we've seen on the previous, probably not, we haven't seen it really. The bore was really concentric, so in this case we don't really have to take in consideration whether the top part is, or where the tone holes are, if it's smaller or bigger. But it is case for Salbrun instruments, which are also in this collection, and we also have the data of these instruments. In this point, I would like to show you the outcome, the table with measurements. Here you can see the calibration data for Horos. So if you want to examine the instrument using the same imagery as us, you can install this freeware, add these settings, and you will see the same thing I was using for measuring. Here we have tone hole positions. Also here we have the cross sections of tone holes, which can reconstruct the tone hole undercuttings. And here we have bore measurements, which are in centimeter square, and then calculated to the diameter and radius. All these data will be available through the Zinknet website and available for everybody to use. And same will be for all the instruments that we will research. Also, I would like to show in this point the STL file, which have the 3D model of the Cornet. This will be also available. It can be easily opened. You can look at the details of the instrument and also inside the bore. You can see like this the shape of the tone holes and just rotate it around, and this will be also same for all the instruments that we will research. You can cross-check everything in this way. It also allows for detailed images inside the bore. Here we can see the tuning adjustment. If you notice the step here, which was done in this Cornet, and this helps to map all these points of interest that are there, and you can also visualize how the tone holes are undercutted. This is look inside the wall of the Cornet. That's pretty interesting. Okay, to follow up. In this place, I would like to take a small detour to my methods of making replica of the instrument using these data. Replica is here. And to achieve controlled and precise manufacture, I decided to make the instrument in 2 halves using CAD modeling and CNC machining with precision down to 10 microns. To achieve this kind of precision in wood machining, a set of specific tools and machining strategies had to be used. And I had to build like high standard, structurally reinforced 3-axis CNC machine. It's kind of like mill that is controlled by computer, since it was crucial to avoid any flex or backlash from the machine. So you can picture this better. I would, oops. It's a trouble, it's troubling to play the video like that, so I will probably just play it from the file here. Yep. To illustrate the capabilities of this method, here is a short clip showing the CAD model of this Cornet, as well as how the board and tone holes, including their undercutting, are reproduced. Keep in mind that the bore and undercuttings were measured and modeled in great detail, with cross-sectional areas precisely defined. The machine is programmed to replicate these shapes with 0.01 millimeter precision. By using the proper methods, we can achieve smooth surface of the workpiece, which you can see on this workpiece that I'm heading out. And after gluing, I turned this on a lathe manually according to outer shape. So if you want to see this, you can have it around. This is how it comes from the machine, and you can see that bore is completely smooth, so it's very detailed. Don't worry about this. This is a failed instrument. It's not working, so you can do whatever with it. Yes? Oh, I'm sorry. And have you seen it? Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. I haven't realized that it's changed settings. Okay, I need to, and it's more complicated. Okay, here, we need to do it like this. Oh no, it keeps playing it here. I just need to go to the settings of this computer and change the way it's... I'm sorry for this, we tried to figure out this before, but it came back to the previous settings. There we go. Okay, here's the video. So that's the CAD model. It doesn't want to show you or something. One more try. I'm very sorry. Yeah, try again. Sorry. So here's the CAD model. And here it zooms to the tone hole, where you can see how these cross sections were used to model the exact shape of the tone hole undercutting. Here you can see the machine just boring the tone holes. This is how it's working on the bore of the instrument. And after bore is done and after the holes are drilled, there's this operation which exactly replicates the tone hole undercutting in this pretty complex movement. And it goes, and then it merges with the outside of the bore. Yes, okay. I'm sorry, follow up. Okay. Another case I would like to mention is our research of keyed cornet by Victor Charles Mahillon. Since Lambert Colson will speak in detail about this instrument later today, I would like to just point out some details concerning the scanning and measuring process. In this case, the CT scan was done by Zeiss Center on Metroton Industrial CT Scanner. It was especially challenging process since even though the keywork was removed completely for scanning, the instrument still had some metal parts attached to the body, and those were causing these distortion artifacts here. Thanks to the X-ray image, we could learn some invisible details about the instruments. Like, for instance, that instrument is actually made of two parts merged together with a threaded tenon join. And from a methodological perspective, this instrument illustrates a specific situation when we deal with an instrument that is correct. And since this often compromises possibility to measure data of a cross-section, this shows us some challenge. Here you can see two parallel cracks. One is visible from the outside of the instrument, but there was another one which was hidden inside. And here you can see cross-section of the instrument and how the bore was disfigured. And we, since this instrument was reamed, so originally the cross-section of the bore was perfectly circular, we could use 3-point circle in size inspect software to estimate what the bore was originally before the wood expanded like this and created another area which was not supposed to be there. So this concludes it all. I hope for your insights, and I hope you find this interesting. Thank you very much for listening. Yeah.
So I'm just, again, using in the meantime in which Fritjof will be equipped with a microphone for potential questions.
Hi,
hello.
Ricardo Sivan here. So 2 points. One is that the decision to include limited data based on in the Zinknet on the Serpent book was actually a decision.
Yes.
The data, there is full data available, and the owner of the machine and at the time the director of the museum decided to make only a limited version of it available. Actually, once in a conference I presented like a copy of one of the instruments, and he was disappointed. Like, where did you get the data from? No, I used the one in the book. Oh, then it's only an approximation, which leads to the point that you're making regarding that measurements are always approximations. Yeah. And you're mentioning very valid points. So how do we measure when things are irregular, undercutting, and so on and so forth? And there are more. Like, even if we define in the holes many measurements, still most of them, they are not elliptical, or the undercutting follows a different elliptical curve than the hole itself, and so on. So at this point, is it still necessary to make measurements available or decide on a protocol for that, since we can just make available the original scan data? And people can either use it directly, you can directly send a CNC machine to do a copy based on it, or you can, on your computer, take as many measurements as you wish if you have the original file.
I think it adds a complexity when it comes from the 3D printing side of things. That's maybe it's easier to print the original file of the instrument and make it as 3D printed. There maybe you probably need a resin printer or something that's really accurate. But I think like it adds a complexity, and then all the making process are typically regular. So it's a valid point. It's a very valid point. If not to use like the original data and create from them some model that can be machined or printed, and it creates some challenges that maybe we can figure out. So yeah, I think it's a valid point and good to perhaps add it there. Yeah.
Maybe I'd like to answer that just very quickly. I think we're still in the process of trying to find our needs in the moment in which we create some kind of organological part of that future platform is that how accurate and how precise we need to be and probably it's a little bit overkill, but at least we're giving the possibility for makers and yeah, tech people to actually have all the information they might need and they might find relevant to really have a clear opinion on what's the qualities of an instrument in the strict sense of the term, I think. So we're probably doing a little bit, but I was definitely pushing Patrick to say, no, I mean, there's nothing unnecessary. We need all, if we have those data and if we actually fund it to make those really precise measurements, we need it all. But
yes,
let's see if the future gives us reason or not.
I would just maybe add one sentence to it. Like, you have many enthusiasts that are trying to make the copies of instruments, but it may be difficult for them to do it with irregular kind of like one-to-one copies where like not everybody have accesses to advanced CNC machining or 3D printing, and maybe for them it can be very useful to have these kind of measurements. Yeah.
This sounds like you're setting about defining the kind of gold standard, and that's fantastic. That'll be a great resource, but it's also going to be very slow and time-consuming to get that data from a large number of instruments. I just wonder, from the more kind of citizen science perspective, if you want people to contribute to this, and there are many, well, perhaps not many, but there are several makers who are, visiting museum collections, taking their own measurements by hand and eye in the old school way. I just wonder if it might be worth thinking about defining a useful set of, protocols for more traditional forms of measurement that then will follow a certain kind of standard and will have a certain use and utility for makers beyond the data that's sort of already available.
Sure, but I think let's keep that as a general thought for later to brief. I think
yeah.
These are the discussions we need to have together. Like as you say, the gold standard is what we aim for. And especially because we need to probably reduce the amount of, as you say, it's very slow. But the first idea was actually to connect instruments. So the candidate instruments we pick are the ones for which we have certain information on the repertoire for. So we're not talking about hundreds of instruments actually. This will be a very slow process because the research about sources, archives, every bit of information that can link a surviving instrument to its repertoire, it will be very slow anyways. So, yeah, I mean, but maybe in the future it's useful to gather all the instruments, the data gathered by all makers, maybe, but most makers are quite reluctant to actually share their measurements. So I'm wondering like how many of us would be, I mean, I'm not throwing a stone to anyone, but it's just that now that we're setting new standards, we might as well just go for new scans and give them, make sure they're available for everyone, rather than trying to gather data which has been collected in so many different ways and with so many different methods of measurements and in ways that have such a drastic impact on the qualities of the copies. But Roland, maybe you had a question.
Obviously, it's very important what you're doing, and in particular, I think for me, the measurements of undercutting of holes, so we can understand something about them. But isn't it an illusion to think that if you make an instrument with a machine that has exactly the same shape as the original, that will actually play the same? I mean, how many Stradivari violin copies have been made from available measurements and then with made then by a machine and sold for, I don't know, 1,000 euros or something? Obviously, they don't play the same. And there are other things which, for me, play a role in how an instrument sounds. What I don't know is it still possible to play the instruments in Brussels, for example, or do they not allow that anymore?
No, not really, no.
And that is the biggest problem, because if however you might have made your copy, if you don't go and play it after you've made it,
Yeah, sure.
You won't find out. And a lot of these things, we communicated that the pitches that they've given in the book of the Vienna instruments, I've played them all. That's not.
Yeah.
Wasn't the same, because things can have different sort of fingering systems. And if you don't know all that, it's not possible to know from these measurements. And one last thing, how accurately did the Bassanos or whoever worked for them, how accurately did they work themselves? Actually, not very accurately.
Yeah, that's a great point. The point of this, like, approximate to the or try to approximate as good as possible these measurements. I think it's, if we can't play those instruments in the museums, it's less and less available, then our only option is to make the copies. Yeah, of course, it's illusion. We won't copy it completely, but let's try as good as we can to come to the similar thing. And also, let's at least don't overlook some crucial details, as, for example, as concentricity of the bore. It's very difficult if you measure manually to see this, like the bore is not concentric and everything. But if you work with the CT scan and CT image, then you can really figure out more details. But also, I think there is another valid point to do the CT scans, is that we learn about the construction of the instrument. For instance, nobody knows that Mahion's key cornet has the threaded tenon on it. It was like a new thing that bumped on us. So I think there is like also this side thing, like from the perspective of museum, can also record more details about their instruments.
Yeah, but my last thing, I think, would be important if it was possible somehow to talk to the people in museums that at least qualified players could occasionally play them for a short time to test it against a reproduction.
I think we should hire you as the politician of that project to make sure that you convince that I agree and disagree, and I think we all are in that kind of situation. There are valid reasons why they forbid. And there are valid reasons why we would need to actually try them, and but that's an ongoing discussion. So.
Yeah, but usually at smaller museums, you can get to play the instruments because they don't really have a
bribe. Bribe might be a good solution. Yeah. I will try to convince the school to have a budget line for bribing museums. I hope this is not on internet.
You are on live stream.
And yes, of course, about the illusion, I totally agree. But let's hope. I mean, hopefully that the more numbers we go for, that we try to identify certain parameters that we actually really find crucial and say, actually, this tiny little detail in the construction that has such a big impact on the sound, on sounding results, and that we need to reproduce that or that, this or the other parameter to play this or this repertoire. But
yes,
Fritjof, welcome. Sorry, we're running a bit late, but take your time. There's worst case scenario, there's no coffee break. It's fine. We're not here for coffee.
So, welcome everyone, and thank you very much to Lambert to actually continue with this idea of having Cornet conferences, which I think is great to try to bring together knowledge from all different corners of the world to this topic. First of all, I need to make a confession. You were expecting a talk on the straight cornet. In the meantime, I've come across 2 or 3 really fascinating sources which made me change the topic. So today I would like to talk about the rise of the cornetino, a purely German phenomenon.
I would like to explain, I'm going to use the expression German now in the following 25 minutes, more or less for what you would call the German lands. It's because it's very difficult to, countries were in completely different constellations in that time. So roughly everything which is north of the Alps except France would be considered, okay? No offense. So first of all, I would like to show the structure of what I would like to talk about. So the rise of the cornetino. First point, I would like to have a look at the situation north of the Alps in the early 17th century, from its first appearance to dominance or near dominance, new sources on the cornetino. Secondly, obviously, the situation in Italy, where a new source sheds light on the use of cornetino in Venice. And last but not least, new perspectives. Is it now time to re-evaluate? That the cornetino had become very important and was becoming the main instrument by the middle of the 17th century, and that not everyone was happy about it, can be seen in a court document from 1657 from Stuttgart. There, legal quarrels between the Kapellmeister Samuel Capricornus and several of his musicians were very well documented. I translate directly to English without the German original. The Kapellmeister accused the third instrumentalist, David Bödecker, of usually either arriving too late for rehearsals and duties or staying away from them altogether. And if he came at all, he was usually drunk. If your princely grace had to be waited on before the table, he would get drunk right away. And if he, Capricornus, would tell him not to, it would be all the same to him. He was employed as a cornetist, but when he was supposed to take the cornetino, he refused to do so and didn't comply. Although, now very interesting, he otherwise played it, the cornetino, in almost all taverns. And he would now play the violin more. Okay. David Bödecker replies as follows. Although he was employed as a cornetist, he would also willingly perform to your princely grace with the cornet in the countryside or otherwise, and had no objection to playing Abyssinium. But playing constantly, and also Quartzink, especially such high and difficult pieces as those written by the Kapellmeister, would be impossible for him to accomplish and perform due to his physical weakness and short breath. He would request to switch to the violin now and perfect himself there. Well, let's go back a little bit on the timeline. To my knowledge, the first pieces carrying the mention cornetino are probably in this collection from 1616 by Giovanni Valentini. From this point on, the cornetino became more and more popular to the point that it seemed to be the standard instrument in some chapels, as described by Adam Drese. Adam Drese on the use of the cornet on the Vienna court. The regular cornet is no longer in use at all. Just the small quart and especially the mute cornetti are more frequently played. Until today, this was the only known description of the cornetino, becoming more important than the regular cornetto. But in legal documents, again from Stuttgart, in October 1657, we find a very similar hint. In a legal dispute between Capricornus and yet another cornet player, Capricornus defends himself against the accusation of abuse of power. Again, directly in English. Accusation 4, namely, that the cornet players played their cornetti like a cow's horn, is not correct. Because your princely grace values the cornettino more highly than playing on large cornets, which are in any case no longer used in almost any chapel, he, Capricornus, had asked the instrumentalist Heinrich to have a mouthpiece turned on a lathe for his cornettino. However, he neither had a new mouthpiece made nor practiced on the cornettino, but used the large cornet against the will of the Kapellmeister, with which you cannot play high enough. He also said, in the presence of other musicians, that he was not willing to comply with the Kapellmeister's wishes. Only then did the Kapellmeister say that the large cornet sounded like a cow's horn. So Capricornus claims in this quote that the large cornet was no longer in use. Also very interesting, the indication of a specific cornettino mouthpiece which needs to be made. The cornetist concerned replied the following, called Heinrich. In particular, the cornetist Heinrich reports that the large cornet is still being used to the present day at the Royal Danish Court Chapel, and that a cornet and a cornettine have two different embouchures. And while he is not all afraid of the cornettino, has already practiced on it and would like to continue to do so, but that in the opinion of the Kapellmeister, he, Heinrich, should put the large cornet aside, which he, Heinrich, had perfected and specialized in, and about which your princely grace had never complained, and use the cornettino exclusively when also others could be obliged to do so, it would be far too difficult for him to do so, and that it would ruin him, just as if he were to play this or that instrument every quarter of an hour, and that he, the Kapellmeister, should use common sense and take into account the abilities of the human being. So, very, very interesting. Now, the example of the Danish court. It might be that Heinrich is quoting the Danish court because either, obviously, it was a very important court, or it might have been one of the few courts left where the big cornet played still such an important role. Looking at these very funny quotes, we also need to keep in mind that there was a bitter dispute between the composer Boedicca, who was the brother of the cornet player Boedicca, in the background between Capricornus and Boedicca. So the point de départ for the collaboration between the chapel's musician and Capricornus was certainly not the best. And I think we also need to keep in mind the rigid structures in the brass world in Stuttgart, which is still reflected by the Zinkenistenordnung from 1721. So we had to do with relatively or really conservative brass players. This brings us now to the next question. Why do Italian composers like Valentini, Priuli, Albrici, and Piranda only start to write for the cornettino once they are north of the Alps? Let's now have a look at the situation in Italy. So, to my knowledge, this is the only known piece in Italy specifying or carrying the term Cornetino. This is what we usually call the Modena manuscript, of which the origin is quite unclear. A little side note. These letters here, up there in the angle, MG, could stand for Messer Giacomo. It might be a certain Giacomo Massoni, listed in the late 80s of the 17th century as a sonatore di cornetto in Modena. But why don't we find any other indications of cornetini in Italy? Was it maybe that playing high in Italy was unpopular or something unknown? Which brings us to this little quote from Lodovico Zacconi in Pratica di Musica. But regarding the white cornets, as well as the black cornets, by nature they don't go higher than 15 notes beginning on A, La, Mi, Re. And still note that the black cornets, in particular, could ascend beyond these notes by 4, 5, or 6 notes, so good and perfect as all the others, if the player knows how to play them well. So that would carry us to A, then B, C, D, E, F, G. So to top G, which is perfectly reasonable on a normal cornet. So already before 1600, there was that technical capacity present. So it's not that the Italian way to approach a brass instrument was, from a technical point, maybe that different. Now we come to a source of which, at least to my knowledge, only a fragment was known until now. And thanks to Roland and Joshua Rifkin, who pointed this little fragment out, and I was always wondering what the rest of the document would tell us. It is part of the so-called Kantoreiordnung, which can be found in the Dresden archives. So now, this is the current writing, so it's not very easy to read. And I'll directly translate this old German text to English. I, the undersigned, certify that I have taken to myself 3 ordinary normal cornets and 4 cornetini, which the Electoral Prince of Saxony's Kapellmeister Mr. Heinrich Schütz had brought from Venice, and which are considered quite necessary for the service of the elector. Furthermore, I confirm that of the above-mentioned pieces, I've handed over 1 large and 2 small ones to Mr. August Taxen, and 1 ordinary and 1 small one to Mr. Zachariah Hertel. In addition, I've kept 1 large and 1 small cornet for my service until further notice. November 29, 1629, Wilhelm Günther, signed in his own hand. So, just to explain, Wilhelm Günther was Johann Vierdank's instrument teacher, and August Taxen, mentioned in this little text, was Clemens Thiemers' instrument teacher, who received these cornetti. Now let's go on to this little text down here. You see the expression Welsch. So in Baroque German, Welsch means foreign Italian. So I, Thomas Tax, received the above-mentioned 7 foreign Italian cornets, 4 large and 3 small, and added them to the inventory in the instrument room. signed in their own hand Georg Pflug and Thomas Tax on November 29, 1629. Thomas Tax was listed in the pay lists as an instrument inspector and might have been a trumpet player, but the documents were not quite clear to me. So until now, it's not quite clear what precisely they mean by cornetino, and I sense in the room still remaining hopes that the cornetini might be any instrument a little bit smaller than a normal cornet. But I'm very sorry, I must disappoint you. So now this is actually the receipt for 7 foreign Italian cornetti, namely 4 chormäßige, so Chordzinken, and 3 Quartzinken. And the word word Zinken was added, as you can see here, later in a little bit different ink, but the word Quart is already very clear to read. So now it's actually clear, when they talk about big cornet, small cornet, or cornetin, they always mean Quartzinken, also in the text, the legal documents in Stuttgart. So cornetino, as far as I see it in these documents, is not a term for generally anything smaller than a cornetto. So now we'll get to the next phase, new perspectives, time to re-evaluate. So there is a hypothesis. Cornettini in Italy were only made for export, like Barilla pasta, the poor quality they just ship to other countries. But I think it's really unlikely. I've spoken to a couple of instrument makers, and they all agree in order to make a cornettino, first of all, you have to have an incentive to make one. That means you have people to want to play them around you, and also to get feedback from players if the instrument you're making is a good instrument, and so on. So I think this hypothesis is not sustainable. My hypothesis would be that it's a nomenclature problem, using cornetto as the instrument family name. Cornetto players then made their own pragmatic decisions and choices based on range, acoustic, performing forces, personal preferences, etc. This means, like in Giovanni Gabrieli, in Ecclesies, a piece which most cornet players know, Gabrieli uses the term violin for the viola part. So again, also the entire family name is used for different sizes. So I think this means we need to have a closer look at the repertoire, like relatively late opera arias from Italian composers. So I just took one example. It's a piece by Giacomo Antonio Perti, and the heading here says Cornetto Solo. Let's have a short excerpt. The singer is not that interesting. So I think this type of repertoire is where I think most of us could agree on the cornettino being a reasonable solution and a convincing solution. But 1629? What was the cornetino used for in the late 1620s and following years in Italy? Music to be revisited. I just picked a list of collections printed in Venice in that period. Like, for example, Giovanni Rovetta, Salmi Concertati, 1626. Giovanni Battista Buonamente, Sonate Canzoni, Libro Sesto, 1636. Giovanni Picchi, Canzoni da Sonar, which most cornet players have a hate and love relationship with, from 1625. Maybe the cornetino might be a solution for some of those issues. And Giovanni Rovetta, Messa e Salmi, from 1639. Of course, the list could be much longer, but I try to really stay within the time limit. If we have a look at, for example, wrong. So this is the first piece from the Picchi collection, and I just took the second page of the second cornet part. The entire first page stays very often on high A's, and then it never goes below F sharp, and the highest note is a C. And especially, well, I mean, this could be something to think about. Then if we look at this piece by Giovanni Battista Buonamente, originally attributed for 2 violins, or cornets, and 4 trombones or viole. If we have a look, the tessitura of the piece is really excruciatingly high, always staying on our high A's. And what I find very interesting, almost as interesting as the high notes, are these little bits where it goes yum bum bum, where you can, for very brief moments, touch the lowest note of the alleged cornetino, maybe. So it could also be maybe a piece to think about. Very interesting now is the last example from Giovanni Rovetta. This is the later copy from the Düben collection of the same piece. And in the Düben collection, I think until now, I would have always said, yeah, this is the perception of the northern people of this piece, that they would say, okay, of course, it's cornetino. But maybe, after all, they might have been closer to the Venetian performance practice than we might have thought. As a very last thing, since now we all need to start practicing cornetino, I've brought something from the Musikalisches Lexikon. And there, under the title BAT, but, it says, but ist derjenige Laut, welcher entsteht, wenn ein Zinkenblaser sein Instrument vom Munde absetzt. So, but is the noise which is created when a cornet player takes the instrument from his face. So, thank you very much. Objections? Yes, absolutely. That's no. Well, I think that's something we have to do tonight. With a, yeah.
Any other questions?
Yes, you mentioned Capricornus, and it's our common topic. And interesting is that, you know, Capricornus was in Bratislava before he came to Stuttgart, and now the situation is that what we see in Bratislava, there is this one piece that Gebhard recorded on the CD. He recorded it on big cornet, but it goes really high. And what we were thinking is where this comes from, this affinity for cornetino that he brings with himself to Stuttgart, or is it that he brings this affinity, or he gets it in Stuttgart? That because you know, like there was Viennese court very nearby Bratislava, and it was full of Italian musicians.
Yeah.
So is this maybe also something to be considered? What was happening in Vienna?
Well, I mean, that's what I pointed out in the quote by Adam Drese, is that on the Vienna court, only the cornetino was used, and Vienna and Pressburg, as you mentioned,
Yes.
were really close by. And when in other court documents, there is also this reference of Capricornus claiming that the instrumentalists were better in Pressburg than they were in Stuttgart. And I think he had certainly in Pressburg, he was in the vicinity of Vienna and in the vicinity of people who were very agile and very able to play the cornetino well.
Yes, this was really sort of a concern, like where did he get this? But the interesting thing is that we have the list of instruments that he had and he gave back when he was leaving Bratislava, and there are also cornets mentioned there, but no cornetini. That's just on a side note.
Ah, good, interesting.
Yeah.
Considering that I was telling you now to consider music from 1629 in Italy to possibly being played on the cornet, everyone is quite relaxed. But that's good, or tired. Okay, then.
Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you.
Sorry. The cornetto came to the foreground at the very end of the 15th century, so we're now jumping a few hundred years before, no, but a little bit earlier into the cornetto history. And it quickly gained popularity around 1500. The nature of the music of this time being what it was, however, precludes any indication in the music itself of what exactly was considered a cornetto part, or of what music was considered to be good or appropriate to be played on cornetto or cornetti. But different performance contexts that we could consider to be idiomatic of the instrument do come to the fore, and my purpose today is to explore those very contexts, and therefore come to cornetto music from the 16th century. The Regensburg manuscript, scribed in the 1580s, is the largest source of surviving music from the Renaissance that gives specific combinations of wind band instruments for specific compositions. It shows that the bombard was still part of the wind ensemble, even if a slightly antiquated instrument by this time. Since it was considered to be a tenor instrument in its original capacity in the alta cappella, with shawm and trumpet, and later trombone, but in fact only plays one tone lower than the common cornetto, and this just with the seventh hole that we don't have. Music needed to be played in a higher place. We are used to the idea that chiavette need to be transposed down by 4 for a fifth, so that the music sounds in the range of chiavi naturali. For the alto ensemble, it is the opposite. Everything needs to be transposed up into chiavette register so the bombard can actually fulfill its role as the tenorista. I've given you here the range, and obviously in the tenor clef, the range is not where the clef is. Seeing the two worlds of the alto and vocal performance meet in the Regensburg manuscript, I have observed the following. As soon as bombards are part of the setting, and now in the role of an alto instrument, the music must be played in a much higher place, a place which is no longer considered within the vocal range. Indeed, the alto ensemble of the 14th and 15th century therefore didn't just play alto in the sense of loud, but also high. Accordingly, as soon as the bombard is no longer part of the ensemble, music notated in chiavette must be transposed down. To understand in which transposition, or more accurately place, these pieces would have been performed, we first need to look at the common range of the instruments in the context of the Regensburg manuscript. Pretorius tells us very precisely about the ranges of these instruments, even clarifying what earlier sources only hinted at. So they are A to A for cornetto, E to A for trombones, C to G for tenor bombards, and G to D for alto bombards, which are the instruments we find. Now, turning back to the Regensburg manuscript, we can explore the places at which the wind band would have performed these selections. Number 69 for 2 cornetti and 5 trombones is notated in chiavette and would ask to be transposed down a fourth so the trombones can perform within a comfortable range for them. But number 79 for 2 cornetti, 3 bombards and a trombone, which is also a piece in chiavette, needs to be played at pitch so the bombards can play in a good range and mode for them. Plus, the fact that the range of the entire piece already frames the upper and lower extremities of the cantus and bassus instruments, therefore doesn't permit a transposition. Number 71 would still be perfectly playable for cornetto and trombones if taken up a step, and that would put the third part into a comfortable range and also mode for the normal alto bombard. Number 73 for 2 cornetti, 2 bombards, and 2 trombones, seems to be asking for a tenor bombard in the fourth part if left at pitch. An upwards transposition by a fourth would be possible, but not more comfortable for anyone, and a fourth higher would take the cornetti quite often to their highest note at the time, which would be an A, as we saw, and would still put the piece in a key signature with a B flat, which is an uncomfortable note on an alto bombard. So, therefore, transposition wouldn't be advisable. In number 74, which has the same instruments, so 2 cornetti, 2 bombards, and 2 trombones, however, the notated B flats and even E flats are made perfectly comfortable by the bombards if the piece is taken one step higher, as well as comfortable ranges for everyone, making it playable on 2 alto bombards. So what one can see is that pieces with bombards generally need to be left where they are or transposed upwards, while pieces without bombard need to be taken to a vocal range if they're not already in that place. The instrument additionally caught between the alto and the vocal ensembles is the trombone. From its invention in the mid-1400s to the end of that century, the trombone was mainly used in the alto context and played in an overall higher tessitura. At the turn of the century, the cornetto seems to pull it down to a vocal range and into a new role of playing con la parte, or even as a substitute for alto, tenor, and bass ranges of singers. The consort of a cornetto and 3 common trombones seems to have crystallized even before the other consort members, so the alto or bass trombone, were part of that picture. This, of course, is the foundation that we need, so trombones and cornetti can play with singers, alternatim or together, that was nowhere to be found before the cornetto was part of the instrumental world. In addition to Regensburg, the lasso part books used by the players in the Accademia in Verona, here on the left, and the Copenhagen wind manuscript on the right, which are both sources specifying cornetto as instrumentation, either notated by hand by the players in Verona or actually in the manuscript in Copenhagen, further suggest a shift of the wind band into the sacred space, especially when compared to wind band sources from the previous century. The pages of Casanatense manuscript 2856, which was likely scribed for the Pifferi of Ferrara around 1480, are still filled with the song repertoire of the time. On the contrary, these 16th century sources are strongly defined by sacred polyphony. Even the Copenhagen Wind manuscript, which has a very varied selection of genres, consists predominantly of sacred repertoire. The only piece specifying 4 trombones and 4 cornetti is a Laudate Dominum, a sacred piece. What we can also see is change in number of voices and players. While Casanatense has a 3 to 4 part setup, Copenhagen, about 60 years later, is in 5 to 8 parts. Most wind bands around 1500 still consisted of 3 or 4 members. But for example, even Maximilian I did not have any wind players on his regular payroll. His most renowned musicians, Augustin Schubinger and Hans Neuschel, were independent contractors hired for prestigious events. And not always happy about it even, to be hired. By the middle of the 16th century, however, evidence through payment records indicate that the number of wind players employed at court increased significantly. Archduke Karl of Inner Austria appointed 8 wind players to be on his regular payroll when he came into power in the 1560s. Many of them listed as instrumentalists or musicus and trumpeters. In our circles, the predominance of cornetti, trombones, and voices as the mainstay of Renaissance polyphony perhaps defines our modern image of 16th century music making. But this overlooks the vast amounts of intermedii and festivities in which cornetti of all sorts and sizes were playing in many different combinations. Thankfully, the exact instrumentation, type of pieces, and even the titles and music for several of these events have survived. Every musical genre seems to have been represented at the wedding of Cosimo I de' Medici and Eleonore of Toledo in 1539, and with a versatility of instrumentation that is dizzying. Eleonore was greeted at the Porta al Prato by 24 singers, 4 cornetti, and 4 trombones, in other words, standard instrumentation, performing an 8-part motet composed in her honor by Francesco Corteggia in Gredere felicissimis auspiciis urbem tuam Eleonora. During Antonio Landi's play Il Comodo, performed at the same wedding festivities, musical intermedii served as palate cleansers between acts. The intermedio after the first act was Francesco Corteggia's madrigal Guardan almo pastore. It was performed by 6 singers, 1 cornetti, and 5 crumhorns, of which one was una stortina. Since the madrigal has but 1 soprano voice, Howard Meyer Brown suggested the stortina on the canto voice and the tenor cornetto in the middle of the texture. While this might be an interesting combination and would certainly produce a fascinating oral result, a cornetto in the cantus above the 5 crumhorns would be a more logical combination. And it would more closely mirror the instrumentation prescribed for the very same madrigal in the Regensburg manuscript of 5 trombones below a cornetto. The cornetto and trombone ensemble in festivities was therefore also not limited to the sacred context. Also in 1548, they performed in La Calendaria by Bernardo Dovizzi with intermedii by the otherwise unknown Piero Manucci. And there, for example, we find a combination of 2 cornetti and 3 trombones with 5 singers for the 5-part madrigal L'età mi chiama orata. The final intermedio concluding Landis il Comodo at the 1539 wedding celebration certainly gives us an interesting variety of musicians. 8 singers, cornetto, straight cornetto, rebecchino, pipe and tabor, 2 crumhorns, tromba torta, harp, and tambourine. They performed Bacco Bacco Cuor by Francesco Corteggia in 4 parts. Howard Meyer Brown suggested the following setup, and I'm sorry, my scan is not great. I will read it to you. So he would have suggested that there are two singers and a soprano with a violin and a pipe and tabor, two singers on the alto with the straight cornet and an alto chrome horn, two singers on the tenor with a tenor cornet and a tenor chrome horn, and on the bass, the trombone, the harp with chords above the bass. So he also immediately went to the assumption that the tromba torta is a trombone. For the party piece, concluding what could only have been an astounding spectacle altogether, I could imagine this particular constellation of instruments with quite a different part assignment. I agree that the singers and four instruments should perform the written polyphony, maybe just adding ornaments. For this, I would suggest one cornetto, two chrome horns, and the tromba torta, which I would not consider a trombone, simply because in the piece right before, in the intermedi, four trombones performed with a soprano and were clearly labeled trombone. The tromba torta might be a bigger trombone-like instrument, maybe a proto-bass of some sort, maybe even simplifying the bass line somehow. The other instruments, so one more cornetto, the ribecchino, pipe and tabor, and harp, were not necessarily assigned to specific parts, but rather used to amplify the merrymaking by creating added layers of noise, if you will. The harp with bray pins could have played a proto-continuo with boisterous chords. The ribecchino might be freely improvising. The pipe and tabor might have elaborated on the tenor line, as it did with dance music, while giving a drum beat to keep everyone together, along with the tambourine. The other cornetist might very well have improvised a quinta pass, creating the precedent for the cornetto muto, who sounded a fifth voice in the soprano register in a madrigal by Alessandro Striccio. This madrigal was performed at the second intermedio to Psyche and Amor, performed for the wedding of Francesco de' Medici and Queen Johanna of Austria in 1565. The cornetto improvised its quinta pars above a dazzlingly eclectic group of musicians. There were four voices, four lutes, one viola d'arco, one lirone, three harpsichord, one liuto grosso, una viola soprano, un traverso contralto, un flauto grande tenore, e un trombone basso. And it's clearly labeled that it improvises a quinta pars. The context in which the cornetto performed that we have explored here boasts a variety of sound, color, and place, and space that attests to the versatility of our instrument far beyond the sacred context that we all know and cherish. All of the examples I provided here speak only of ensemble performance, though, because that's what we have evidence for. Yet, the cornetto was clearly valued as a solo instrument from quite early on. Surviving accounts of the solistic and improvisatory skill of notable players, such as Augustin Schubinger, Giovanni Piffero, and Benvenuto Cellini, form a logical bridge to the authors of the diminution treatises of the late 16th century, Giovanni Passano, Girolamo dalla Casa, and Francesco Rognoni. The combination of varied ensemble performance contexts with clear solistic qualities is perhaps what drew such skilled musicians, technicians, and improvisers to the cornetto sphere. While the 17th century adopted the cornetto as its main use among wind instruments, this could never have happened were it not for the musical laboratory that was the 16th century, which provided the cornetto with the space to develop and ultimately find itself standing center stage as a solo instrument with such a rich musical heritage.
Quickly before I begin, just on behalf of Catherine and myself, I'd like to thank Lambert and the Haute École de Musique de Genève for hosting us and for convening this conference, which is just excellent. So thank you. Then, a horse entered rear first, walking backwards, richly covered in vermilion-colored silk, and upon which were 2 trumpeters, seated back to back and without a saddle, dressed in gray and black silk tabards, with hats upon their heads and masks on their faces. And the horse carried them down the length of the chamber and back, walking backwards, while they played a fanfare from their trumpets, and this entertainment was concluded, like all the others, with 15 or 16 knights dressed in livery. When the scene with the horse in reverse had finished, someone began, in the church, to play the organs very softly, and when the music in the church concluded, within the peste, a Cornet d'Allemagne was played very strangely. This vivid scene, described nearly verbatim by 3 different chroniclers, springs from Philip the Good's 1454 Feast of the Pheasant, a gathering of the Knights of the Order of the Golden Fleece on February 17th, which boasted the most eccentric performances. This one, excerpted from the second of the evening's interludes, names an instrument, a cornet, that sounded from within the enormous pastry pie that contained 28 musicians in total, each playing in turn. This cornet differentiates itself with its apparent Germanic provenance, a description which would again be asserted over a century later by Vincenzo Galilei, saying that the cornetto was brought to us from Styria. Other variants of cornet found throughout the chronicles appear in very different contexts. A cornet de chasse, a hunting horn hanging from the collar of an archer, cornet, signal horns that serve for the night watch, and cornet, alternately described the hanging point of a hat or hood, and a standard with a long point hanging from the tip of a lance. Was the Cornet d'Allemagne our cornetto, or some other type of finger-holed horn? In either case, no surviving description from the time of how the instrument was played comes down to us. In fact, no precise depiction of how cornetists played their instrument survives prior to the last decade of the 16th century, at which point we encounter Ludovico Zacconi's Pratica di Musica, which gives a standard 2-octave range, A to A, for white and black cornetti, and Aurelio Virgiliano's Il Dolcimelo, which provides the earliest surviving fingering chart. Alluded to by Zacconi and concretized by Virgiliano, the cornetto of the late Renaissance and early Baroque was played with G fingerings, with its lowest pitch on A la mire. But nearly 150 years prior, assuming it was indeed a cornetto, how did one play the Cornet d'Allemagne? Did the player conceptualize the instrument in the way depicted at the turn of the 17th century, or in some other way or ways? As a complement to Katerina's presentation, this paper explores the idea that from the time of its invention until the standardization of its relative playing pitch around 1600, in the heart of the instrument's golden age, different playing contexts may have required players to conceptualize and reconceptualize the cornetto in different places in accordance with musica practica, or the practical music theory that formed the foundation of Renaissance musical life, such that different fingering systems helped them adapt to the ensembles in which they found themselves. As Katerina demonstrated, the cornetto was employed in a variety of ensembles and performance contexts that did not necessarily all make the same demands on players. She made light of the notion that a cornetto playing in a bassa context of a broken consort with any combination of viols, rebecks, flutes, recorders, crumhorns, jusens, dulcians, keyboards and plucked instruments, and a trombone or two, was not necessarily played in the same way as a cornetto with trombones and voices, and certainly not as a cornetto in the alta ensemble when combined with trombones, shawms, and bombards. Beyond the obvious contrasts in sound, color, and volume, as well as the type of repertoire, secular versus sacred, typically performed by these ensembles, the different groups of instruments served in different spaces and places, both physical and musical. Renaissance descriptions of consorts that include that include the cornetto primarily survived in accounts of sumptuous courtly festivities, such as the Feast of the Pheasant, the gatherings at the country estates of powerful ruling families on the Italian peninsula, such as the Estes of Ferrara, and the Florentine intermedi performed at the wedding celebrations of members of the Medici family. Cornetti, along with trombones and transverse flutes, ranked among the most typical wind instruments to be represented in the instrumentational variety of the intermedi. Performing madrigals and motets, often with voices, there's no reason to believe that the typical 16th century vocal registers of four-voice music, which perfectly span the musical staff when the chiavi naturale are used, would not be maintained. The cantus from C to D, roughly, of course, altus from F to G, tenor from D to E, and bassus from G to A. In this place, the wind ensemble of a cornetto or cornetti with trombones, represented throughout the intermedi and in many especially sacred contexts, serving alone or with voices, could remain at a comfortable sounding pitch, that of the voices. A typical example would be Francesco Cortecci's occasional motet that was performed in 1539 for Eleanor of Toledo's arrival in Florence. Here, the typical voice ranges are respected, such that two cornetti playing G fingerings, two tenor cornetti playing with C fingerings, and four trombones playing in A were the standard conceptualization of these instruments in tuono, according to Virgiliano, and as reiterated by Michael Pretorius. The same combination of clefs similarly sets the music for Cortecci's Guardan Almo Pastore, first composed for the same occasion as the previous motet, where it was performed by 6 voices, 5 crumb horns, and a cornetto. The instrumentation of a cornetto and 5 trombones is annotated in the music for the same madrigal in the Regensburg part books, number 62. In both cases, the music would call for the cornetto player performing the cantus line to conceptualize their instrument in tuono. Of course, melodic mode often determined the system of clefs to be used for a given composition. Higher modes use chiavette for their notation, placing them in ranges uncomfortably high for the voices and demanding the downward transposition of a 4th or 5th. Number 69 of Regensburg, for 2 cornetti, 5 trombones, and especially 7 voices, is notated in such a system and simply demands a downward transposition of a 4th to place the voices in a more comfortable tessitura without extending beyond the range of any one. Another determining factor about a change of place occurred when other instruments were added to the core cornetto trombone band. While the ensemble was easily adaptable to permit the addition of foreign elements, that is, other instruments, without violating its essential character, as Howard Mayer Brown noted, the introduction of alto instruments, specifically the bombard, could mean a change of place. Indeed, as Katerina highlighted, the cornetto seems to have pulled the trombone from a purely alto world, where it had originated in the 15th century, into the vocal sphere, and the same seems to be true of the bombard. This was a G instrument like the cornetto, but that had served as the tenorista of the alto to the shawm as cantus and slide trumpet or trombone as contratenor. In the context of the cornetto and trombone ensemble, as well as with the expansion of instrument families, it ascended a rung to the role of alto, as Pretorius shows. Thus, number 73 in Regensburg, shown here, would feature G alto and C tenor bombards on the altus and vagans or tenor lines, respectively, below 2 cornetti playing in tuono. The technical limitations of the alto bombard, however, meant that it could only descend to G sol re ut, 1 step above the typical lowest limit for any alto voice, and had no low B fa or B flat. To compensate for this shortcoming, it would often read a step higher simply by playing with F fingerings. Thus, what had been a sounding G sol re ut was now called F fa ut, effectively transposing this note and all the others. Up one step. Indeed, Praetorius noted that in pitch, most shawms are about a tone higher than cornetian trombones, and wistfully indicated that it would also be necessary to have an alto bombard in F, that is, F sounding at the same pitch as the cornetian trombones. For these precise reasons of range limits and flat accidentals on the bombard, numbers 71 and 74 in Regensburg would need to be placed one tone higher. But whether transposing downwards by a fourth or upwards by step, how might cornetto players have achieved this? The shawm and bombard, the countess tenor duo that form the nucleus of the alto ensemble, provide us with the clearest clue. As Praetorius explained, the shawm and bombard sounded a step higher than the cornetian trombones. The notion that they were pitched in D and G, respectively, is purely in relation to the other wind instruments that they sounded a step higher to. In practice, the players conceptualized them as C and F instruments, which produced the discrepancy of a whole tone when compared with the brass ensemble. But this was only one of two places at which the ensemble sounded. In the second half of the previous century, three-voice music, popular before the division of the contratenor into altus and bassus, would have situated the cantus in a slightly lower register within the chiave naturale. Here the cantus ranges from roughly A to B, the tenor still from D to E, and the bassus from G to A. This is precisely the case, for example, in Johannes Martini's Vive Vive, here given here from Cassanetense manuscript 2856. These ranges carried into the early 16th century, notably among wind instruments, as documented by Martin Agricola in his Musica Instrumentalis Deutsch of 1529. Cantus instruments were all G instruments. Tenor and alto instruments had a fundamental of C ut playing with C fingerings, and bass instruments descended to F ut, playing with, there you go. Bass instruments played F fingerings. As we see here, the shawm and bombard are no exception to this rule. By reimagining their lowest note, ut, as G and C, respectively, these instruments could play songs such as Vive Vive without any hindrance. Thus, they typically played at one place or another, sounding a whole tone or a fifth higher than the other wind instruments, and thus giving full credence to the term alta. These were loud instruments that played at a higher pitch and were principally reserved for higher functions and entertaining high society. This complex of fingering systems mirrored the latticework of relative pitch patterns found in psalmization and the hexachord system, such that any given set of fingerings could be used to move the sounding pitch of the instrument from one place on the staff to another to accommodate written melodic ranges. While Agricola's fingering charts designate recorders, crumhorns, and shawms by name, the cornetto joins these instruments in the preceding exposition. Thus, we might only imagine that the cornetto used a similar system to sound a fourth lower than notated or a step higher. This is, in fact, what Virgiliano alludes to. To play music notated under chiavette in a vocal register, he maps a written G to the fingering for a sounding D la sol re, both marked in red here, a fourth below, effectively transposing the G down a fourth. Comparing the written scale, or the notated scale, to the other fingerings, we see that the player in this place has reconceptualized their instrument with C fingerings. The system could be used for the two top lines of number 115 in Regensburg, for example, Vincenzo Ruffo's motet Vespere Autumn Sabbati. When the alto instruments join the cornetto and trombone, such as the ensemble depicted in the Omegang procession in Brussels, consisting of a cornetto, shawm, two bombards, trombone, and dulcian, their typical fingering systems by the later 16th century, that is, C fingerings on the shawm and F fingerings on the bombards, would mean the ensemble sounded a step higher than typical wind pitch. In such an arrangement, Virgiliano has mapped the written C. There we go. Virgiliano has mapped the written C to the fingering for a sounding D La Sol Re, effectively transposing the C up one step. Here, the player has reconceptualized their instrument with F fingerings, like the bombards, and we might imagine this ensemble at this pitch with these fingering systems performing a composition such as this six-voice Entrada by Moritz Landgraf von Hessen. Before vocal and instrumental ranges adhered to more fixed positions in the 17th century, they had not been so crystallized in the centuries that preceded. Wind instruments could use relative fingering systems that began on G ut, C ut, or F ut, paralleling the flexible system of psalmization and hexachords to simply move from one place to another based on musical performance requirements. And the cornetto was likely no exception to such a system. We may never know if the Cornet d'Allemagne was the cornetto that we all know and love. But it only stands to reason that 15th and 16th century cornetto players would have applied their knowledge of musica practica directly to their instruments in order to adapt to the music they played and the ensembles in which they performed. Thank you.
So I would suggest we take maybe 5 minutes for questions right now, and then 15 minutes coffee break. That's fine. Any questions? I mean, everyone wants coffee, so no one will dare. Also, or we can have questions after coffee. Also possible.
Sure.
Or during.
Or during.
Yeah. So, but let's aim for that we restart at 5 sharp. So in exactly 15 minutes, if that's fine. time. You want to get a very quick coffee? Because it's, I mean, this is not very discreet as a machine. So, but, I mean. All right. Please welcome Bruce Dickey. That's so partly his fault that we're all here, and also imagining this new catalog. So yeah, your fault.
So I was going to start by saying, I don't suppose any of you here have ever heard the name Pietro Verdina, but I just found out that's not true. Nevertheless, not many of you, I think, know his name. And I didn't know him, except that I came across his name rather by chance, looking into another cornetist composer, Niccolò Rubini of Modena, who's actually quite an interesting character himself, and was murdered, at the end of his life, obviously, the end of his life. He was murdered by, I think, a jealous husband, which is something he has in common with another cornetist composer, Ascanio Trombetti. Pietro Verdina also came to a tragic end, but it wasn't murder, and I'll let you wait for the reality of that a little bit later. But the thing is, the more I looked into Verdina, the more I became fascinated by the way his life intersected and was entwined by other better-known figures, all of whom emigrated from northern Italy to mostly Habsburg lands at about the same time. I've attempted to weave his biography into this network of musicians and composers, some of whom were cornetists as well. This migration had different parallel and interrelated causes: economic crisis, especially in the Veneto, pushing musicians to find better paid work in the north. But it also coincided with an emerging passion to import the new Italian concertato and polychoral styles into Protestant and Catholic musical chapels in German-speaking lands and beyond. This in some cases inspired massive reorganization of musical chapels and necessitated the hiring of large numbers of Italian musicians and singers. In tracing the life of Verdina, one of the lesser-known figures in this diaspora, I've been struck by the way these Italian emigrant musicians' lives touched upon each other, and the connections, both pre- and post-emigration, that characterized their musical community. This is, I know, a very limited and somewhat arbitrary view of a highly complex phenomenon, but I think this little snapshot of a detail in the larger picture can begin to give us a sense of the lives of these musicians beyond the lists of dates and publications provided by musical encyclopediae. As a bonus, there is some interesting and unknown music to look at, which is both appealing and puzzling in some ways. So I will first lay out the story of Pietro, trying where possible to interweave it into strands of the lives of some better-known compatriots. In particular, Stefano Bernardi, Giovanni Antonio Bertoli, Antonio Bertali, Giovanni Sansoni, Alessandro Orologio, Giovanni Priuli, Giovanni Valentini, and one younger man who did not emigrate, but who nevertheless is tied into this network, Stefano Pasino of Brescia. Oh, I'm one off. Sorry. Pietro Verdina was born in 1600 in the small town of Lonato del Garda, on the southwest shore of the Lago di Garda, in between Brescia to the west and Verona to the east. In Lonato, he must have known the young Giovanni Antonio Bertoli, only 2 years older than him, who served as altar boy and chorister in the parish church. Bertoli eventually became a noted Dulcian virtuoso and was the composer of that collection of outrageously florid sonatas I think many of us know. Evidently, Pietro showed some aptitude for music, and since Lonato was in the civic and ecclesiastical jurisdiction of Verona, he was sent at age 12 to Verona to the prestigious Scuola degli Accoliti attached to the Duomo, a school intended to train singers and instrumentalists and clergy to serve in the cathedral. The school, founded in the 15th century, had acquired during Verdina's childhood a certain increase in prestige due to the efforts of Stefano Bernardi. Bernardi had become a singer in the Cathedral of Verona in 1603 and was active from the year before as a salaried musician in the Accademia Filarmonica. These three institutions, the Scuola degli Accoliti, the Duomo, and the Accademia Filarmonica, were all closely interconnected. Verdina arrived in Verona in 1612. The year after Bernardi, already an important figure in the Veronese musical world, returned from a 4-year sojourn in Rome, immersing himself in the new Roman concertato style. Verdina will have joined a group of students, including both Bertoli, the young future bassoonist, and the slightly younger Antonio Bertali, violinist from Verona, student of Francesco Lauro, violinist in the cathedral chapel. Bernardi seems to have become a mentor to Verdina, who made rapid progress as cornetist, so that upon completing his studies in 1616, he was immediately named cornetist both at the Accoliti and at the Accademia Filarmonica. Musical performances in the Filarmonica involved a collaboration of the accademici, privileged and learned dilettanti, with a certain number of professional performers rounding out the ensembles. A document from the archives of the Accademia, transcribed courtesy of Michele Magnabosco, speaks of Verdina's hiring as a salaried musician. This is from December 5, 1616. Since the Wednesday music is such a principal foundation of the fame of this academy, for which that alone, in part, it has acquired that illustrious name which today so much resounds. Now, because of changed voices among our numbers, every Wednesday it is necessary to bring in outside musicians who sometimes cannot be found, requiring the omission of pieces or their arrangement. In order to remedy this defect, there is an urgent need to promote as salaried members Giovan Battista Bonvicino to sing the contralto, and Paolo Sic da Lona to play the cornetto, with a salary of 10 ducats per year. 2 weeks later, we have another document from the Accademia which describes the ceremony in which they voted on these two musicians. First, the esteemed governor, with his usual eloquence, proposed to vote on the salaried positions of Giovan Battista Bonvicino and Pietro da Lona. And he justified this vote, basing it on the honesty of the cause and its utility for the academy. And Signor Censor, as usual, opposed the vote, to which opposition Signor Governor responded excellently. And who knows what kind of dynamic there was between the two of them. First was voted on Giovanni Battista Bonvicino, who had a vote of 50 to 5, and in the second ballot, Paolo da Lona had 50 votes to 5, and for that day, the company was dismissed. In 1618, Bernardi published a volume of 3-part compositions, motets and canzones, written by his students at the Scuola degli Accoliti, including 4 by Verdina. You see them here at the end, Pietri Verdina. 2 motets, Ecce Maria, Surge Propera, and 2 canzones. Here you can see the second of those 2 motets. You see that it's rather simple in style, rather brief. It doesn't show any particularly modern ornamentation or evidence of rhetorical devices. And next to it, you see his canzon prima in what looks to me like a much more assured hand. I think this 16-year-old boy was more comfortable writing for his instrument than he was writing a motet for 3 singers. Here we see his canzon seconda, even a little bit more elaborated and modern looking. From the archives of the Curia, payment records show that Verdina's service as cornetist in the cathedral from 1617 until 1620, and also in 1615 and 16 for Bertoli as well as cornetist, an instrument he played alongside the fagotto, which explains a little bit to me the style of his bassoon sonatas with their elaborate diminutions that seems dulcian players can never figure out how to articulate. It's not hard for me to imagine that the 2 young cornetists from Lonato might have played together on occasion. I think of the sonatas of Bernardi, often featuring, as they do, 2 or 3 highly ornamented upper voices for cornetti and violins. In this period, there was a chronic scarcity of sopranos at the cathedral, but nearly always at least 1 cornetto, 1 violin, and trombone or fagotto. Though Bertali also played violin in the cathedral, he was too young to have played with Verdina, as he was not hired until 1624. In the year of Verdina's departure, 1620, the capella consisted of 9 singers, 4 altos, 3 tenors, 2 basses, a cornetto, a violin, and a trombone. The final payment to Verdina in 1620 has the note, Pietro Verdina da Lona played the cornetto in the Duomo and was an accolito. He then left for Germany, partì per Germania. Germania, of course, just stands, I think, for German-speaking lands north of the Alps. But this indication caused me to pause for a moment and think about the courage it must have taken for a young man of 20 to undertake such a journey. Lonato is a small town. I wandered its streets, thinking of Verdina and Bertoli, and their travel after 4 years working with Bernardi in Verona to a foreign world of Habsburg courts and the very best musicians of 17th century Europe. At the time of Verdina's emigration, there was a well-established connection between the Veronese musical world, especially that surrounding the Duomo, and the Habsburg courts. This can be seen in dedications of printed collections, in the career paths of older musicians, and in a flourishing exchange of musicians in both directions. Perhaps Pietro carried introductions by Bernardi to these exalted courts and chapels, but still it must have required courage and a good deal of self-confidence. It is not known exactly where Verdina went first in his journey north. We can speculate that he might well have passed through Bressanone, Brixen in German, a town directly on the route northward from Verona. In Bressanone, the House of Habsburg was represented at this time by Archduke Charles of Austria, Prince Bishop of Breslau and Bressanone, and brother of Ferdinand, the future Emperor Ferdinand II. Verdina's mentor, Bernardi, would be in the service of Archduke Charles 2 years later in 1622, and soon became head of the large musical chapel. And Verdina's friend and classmate Bertoli was also in service there around this time, according to one of his prefaces. Though Verdina's presence also there also seems to be likely, it remains speculative. In any event, 2 years later, Pietro Verdina is found in the service of Prince Archbishop Paris Lodron in Salzburg. Bernardi became Maestro di Capella in Salzburg Cathedral in 1627 under Lodron, who was undertaking a massive reconstruction of cultural life according to Italian styles. So the three Verona Cathedral colleagues, Bernardi, Verdina, and Bertoli, were following roughly parallel routes north. We find Verdina with more certainty as an instrumentalist in the Imperial Chapel in Vienna in 1627. There he would have met once again Antonio Bertali, who must have been a boyhood friend, and who found employment at court in about 1624. In Vienna, Verdina would soon meet an eminent Venetian cornetist who would become a close and esteemed colleague, Giovanni Sansoni. It seems that Sansoni, with his Venetian pedigree from the storied school of Giovanni Gabrieli, had an easier path to renown and wealth. He arrived at least by 1619 in Graz, and perhaps as early as 1614. Ferdinand's excellent musical chapel had as Hofkapellmeister Giovanni Priuli, whom Sansoni must have known in Venice. The cornetist, though, was not hired at San Marco until the year 1614, in which Priuli was appointed Hofkapellmeister in Graz. Sansoni is described by Bertoli as nel fagotto e nel cornetto eccellentissimo. Interestingly, the same two instruments played by Bertoli. In 1619, Ferdinand becomes Emperor Ferdinand II and moves the entire court from Graz to Vienna, but not before Sansoni married a chambermaid of the royal children and was given a large extra payment. It seems unlikely to me that he could have managed this marriage if he had arrived in 1619 and married her in the same year. At the imperial court, Sansoni soon gained considerable renown as a teacher, both of cornetists and of Singknaben, and was ennobled in 1623. In court payment records in 1637, his salary is listed as 3 times more than the next highest paid musician, Antonio Bertali. As we will see, Verdina and Sansoni seem to become good friends as well as colleagues. In 1633, Sansoni serves as best man for Verdina's wedding. In order to appreciate Verdina's connection to his community of expatriate cornetists, I should introduce another Venetian musician, 50 years older than Verdina and Sansoni, Alessandro Orologio. Born near Pordenone, Orologio passed a hugely peripatetic lifetime as cornetist and composer, traveling from Prague to Dresden, Poland, Kassel, Wolfenbüttel, back to Prague as Vice Maestro di Capella to Emperor Matthias, and finally to Vienna. In 1633, at well over 80 years of age, he made his last will and testament in Vienna, naming Verdina and Sansoni his sole heirs. The much younger Verdina must have made a remarkable impression on the old cornetist of Pordenone. Since 1631, Verdina had been the chapel master of the small musical chapel of he had been since 1631, Verdina had been the chapel master of the small musical chapel of the future Emperor Ferdinand III. In 1637, Ferdinand III becomes Emperor Ferdinand III, turning down Verdina's seemingly audacious request to make him Maestro di Cappella, a position held since 1626 by Giovanni Valentini. And he also refused Verdina's request to create a position of Maestro dei Concerti for him to lead the instrumental ensemble. Instead, the emperor showered the cornetist with praise for his valuable service and gave him a raise. There's ample evidence in exchanges of letters of the high esteem in which Verdina was held by both Ferdinand II and III. He can probably be identified as the giovane organista veronese mentioned in one of these letters, suggesting that his duties as well as his skills were wide-ranging. Now, there is no doubt that the 30 Years' War will have had an impact on Verdina's years in Vienna. But it was soon to come home to him in a much more concrete and tragic way. In 1642, the emperor sent the imperial troops into action against the Swedes at the Second Battle of Breitenfeld near Leipzig. Commanding the troops was his younger brother, Archduke Leopold Wilhelm, more interested in art than in warfare, and assigned mainly out of a lack of reliable subordinates. After a disastrous defeat at Breitenfeld, he resigned. He had requested, though, the loan of Verdina and some other musicians to accompany him on the campaign. Verdina was taken prisoner. Released after a year of imprisonment, he died somewhere in 1643 at an unknown place in Germany. After Verdina's death, the emperor communicated to his brother the disapproval of his Maestro di Cappella, Giovanni Valentini, for having exposed his musicians to the ravages of war, mourning the fate of Verdina's wife, Margherita, and his children. In a letter in July, he repeated his displeasure at the loss of so good a servant. This narrative about Verdina, though, does not quite end with the cornetist's death in Germany. In the year before he was born in Lonato, another composer, Stefano Pasino, was born nearby in Brescia, nephew to the composer Giovanni Guizzolo. Pasino led a long and turbulent life, which included a period, as reported in one of his prefaces in 1649, as organista della magnifica comunità di Lonato. Pasino returned in his old age to Lonato, where he claimed to have finally found peace and serenity. At age 80, nearly 4 decades after Verdina's death, he published a collection of sonatas with a preface full of praise for his much younger colleague, Verdina, as well as for Bertoli, the two local instrumental stars of half a century earlier, and included in it a sonata entitled La Verdina. Here is an excerpt of the preface in which he says, "Let it suffice to recall Verdina, who raised his music in the most exalted courts of Europe to the point of being caressed by princes, courted and revered by knights. And suffice it to mention Bertola, whose praise still resounds in our times, and to whose name the very same instruments with which he caused to resound the sacred chapels of Lombardy serve as trumpets. Whoever is born in Lonato is born to music, either to practice it or to protect it." Now here is the sonata La Verdina of Pasino. The sonatas are written in a typical style for violin music of the 1670s, and even include one in imitation of the cries of diversi animali brutti. the violin writing is neither unplayable on cornetto nor particularly comfortable, including the sonata La Verdina. There is, however, one sonata called La Savolda for 2 cornetti or violins, tenor and bass trombones. This sonata, written in an entirely different style, more typical of the early 17th century, causes me to speculate that Pasino was thinking of the 2 cornetists of Lonato, Verdina and Bertoli. Now, we don't have time to do more than take a quick inventory of Verdina's surviving music. It all survives in manuscripts, many of them written hastily. They're certainly not prepared for publication, and they're distributed among 3 libraries. Krommejisch, Kremsier in German, Kremsmünster Abbey in Austria, and the Ratsbücherei in Lüneburg. The most striking aspect for me is the scarcity of cornetto parts. Really only 2 masses. Of course, I have to think that Verdina's career as a composer and chapel master was quite short, 22 years in all, but for the first 10 years until 1631, we do not know for sure what duties he had in Bressanone, Graz, and Vienna. He probably will not have had large forces available to him until 1637, when Ferdinand became Emperor Ferdinand III. But from then until his capture was only 5 years. Here we see a list of the manuscripts preserved in Krommejisch. Most interesting are the Missa Sancti Georgi and some Vespers Psalms. So the Missa has 4 singers concertato and ripieno, 2 violins or cornetti, 3 trombones, and organ. Here you see the title page, so to speak, which says just Missa la Georgi a 9, 4 voci e 5 strumenti con 4 ripieni. Here's the cornetto part, first cornetto part. It looks to me quite a lot, even discounting Fritjof's comments earlier, it looks quite like a cornettino part to me. From the high tessitura, the fair number of high Ds, just the tessitura in general. It's quite, I scored this mass, it's quite nicely done. Here you see the opening. The wind ensemble of 2 cornetti, or the ensemble of 2 violins and 3 trombones, play brief sinfonie, like this opening sinfonia, usually, and then they play obbligati, and occasionally con la parte. Often the obbligati are the high instruments accompanying a bass or a tenor voice, usually a bass voice, typical device of the time. The 3 trombones, as here in the Christe, sometimes double the 3 lower voices of the vocal ensemble. And here we see again the 2 cornetti or violins accompanying bass solo. Now, in the pieces in Krommejisch, let me just back up, also include an interesting set of Vesper Psalms in which they're all for 5 voices and basso continuo, in which in each psalm a different voice or pair of voices serve as soloists, and the rest of the singers, or all of the singers together, serve as tutti. I have one of those scored here. It's quite nice. Here, the Dixit Dominus, the soprano sings as a soloist, and the response comes from the 4 lower voices. It's quite ornamented style, some passaggi, and some other figures that are rather modern in style. The voices come in with these figures. I think that the most appealing aspect of Verdina's music in general is his counterpoint. He writes it very well. Counterpoint uses interesting, incisive figures, lots of parallel, lots of contrary motion in interesting ways. Then there are also some Magnificat, some Vesper Psalms in chromagisch, with a slightly larger complement of singers, 5 soloists, concertati, and 4 ripieni, with quite a nice opening theme for the Magnificat, a bit unusual. Deposuit, with this quite typical concertato. So then in Kremsmünster we have pieces which are, generally speaking, quite a lot more extensive, much longer, larger number of voices. Here's a Mass A28 with 8 solo voices and 8 ripieno voices, 2 cornetti, 4 trombones, 2 violins, 4 viols, 4 viole, and organ. And some motets also with 8 voices and various instruments. Alas, no cornetti. Have 2 trumpets, viole, trombones. I suspect that these pieces in Kremsmünster were written for the imperial court in those last 5 years of his life. I mean, you don't write a Mass A28 if you don't have a reason to. If you don't have the forces available and you're not asked to do it, I think. So that makes sense to me that these pieces are from that last period of his life. The chromagisch pieces, I have no idea. And these are the pieces in Lüneburg. None of them have wind instruments. There is quite a nice Mass, Missa Purificationis, for 6 solo singers and 6 ripieni and 6 instruments, which in several places says viole. And then there are these full compietà for 5 voices and various combinations of instruments, of string instruments. So these pieces are written in the most sort of hasty-looking script. It makes me wonder, was he writing these pieces on the campaign in Germany? Here's the Missa Purificationis. You see that it has, here we have ripieno di voci, starts with the solo voices, ripieno di voci. Sometimes the instruments play alone, the Sinfonia di Viole. Sometimes they act as obbligati, as in the other. Here we have 2 violins, an obbligato to the bass voice, the same kind of devices that we had in the other Mass. So that's it. That's what we have, unfortunately, of Verdina. I think that I feel quite a pity his life was cut short, but of course one could say that of many people's lives. But I do think that I haven't seen, I have to say, I haven't been able to see the 28-voice Mass in Kremsmünster. I'm going to go there in a couple of months and have a look, as that could be quite interesting. I think that the Missa Sancti Georgi is well worth performing, and we're going to do that in Basel. And I think that some of the motets, which have ripieni di voci, could be nicely arranged with the ripieni on wind instruments. But of course, that was not his explicit will. But then I always wonder, if he had had those forces when he was in a different situation, what would he have done? Surely he would have written more for his own instrument, considering how well regarded he was as a cornetist. But that's all speculation. So, thank you.
Just a short question.
Yeah.
The manuscripts in Lüneburg, are they really in his handwriting or perhaps in Matthias Beckmann's?
Are they really in what?
In the handwriting of Matthias Beckmann, like a lot of stuff. Beckmann wrote himself, for example, the Monteverdi Magnificat Primo. I was hoping to find the missing parts in that.
I didn't see any evidence of that because I was looking really closely to look for indications of Cornetti or something else. There was nothing very much written. It was quite scribbled. There was one piece by Leopold, and there was a piece by, was it Beckmann, perhaps? Oh, now that you've said that, I'll go back and look at the manuscript, one of the manuscripts, because it did have a sonata written along the bottom, which was not by Verdina.
Oh, yeah.
Might well have been Beckmann. I'll check that before tomorrow.
Okay, great.
Thanks. Is that it? Is it? No. That's the thing. Okay. There we. There we go. So we're going to talk now about a very peculiar, very strange member of the cornetto family. Some of you might think is not exactly interesting for the purpose, but I think, we did have fun. So there was this, not Gustave Maillon, if there was a little bit of a, so Victor Charles Maillon was a very important figure in the Belgian musical landscape in the late 19th century, and we'll see actually very passionate and interested about cornetto. And there was a recent conference about Maillon, and both held, supported by the Galpin Society and in Brussels in the Music Instrument Museum, as he was the first conservator of that museum, and actually the whole classification for types of musical instruments in museums around the world is still his. So we're still indebted of Victor Charles Maillon, visionary work. So this has been some kind of a side track to the Zinknet platform we have been working on this last year. As you understood, Zinknet will be a future platform that will host both a repertoire database, but also host an instrument database with measurements of surviving cornets made by the latest technology available, computed tomography, as well as a series of bore comparison tools developed during the course of my PhD. The crucial criteria for an instrument to make its way to the Zinknet database platform is to have a substantial connection to a piece of repertoire, hoping to stimulate contact between organologists, makers, and musicians, and impact future practices. Even if Mayon's cornet is one of a kind, it was imagined and invented for the performance of Orphée and Eurydice by Christoph Willibald Gluck that happened at Brussels Conservatory in 1890 under the baton of his esteemed friend and early music enthusiast, François-Auguste Gevaert. Mayon's fascinating collection and his attitude in looking back in time is part of a broader phenomenon in Europe. Let's maybe remember the words Giuseppe Verdi addressed to the musicologist Francesco Florimo in December 1870, closing the letter saying, "Turn to the past and that will be progress." We obviously think about Brahms and Liszt, and Berlioz's curiosity and enthusiasm is worth mentioning here as well, as he re-orchestrated Gluck's Orphée in 1859, almost 100 years after the 1762 first performance in Vienna. Of all the wind instruments, the cornet is the most perfect since it can imitate the human voice more than any other. Girolamo dalla Casa, well-known quote. The sound it makes is similar to a ray of sunlight which appears in the shadows or in the darkness. This passage of Mersenn's Harmonie Universelle was known by Mayon, and he basically strongly disagrees. Mayon's view on the cornet was not very positive, and most likely due to the discontinuity of the playing tradition. As a cornet player, I obviously disagree with Mayon's harsh opinion on the instrument qualities that you can see in the last quote. He considered the cornet limited to the production of sounds of unequal quality and with poor intonation. Mayon's project with cornet was definitely not only turning to the past, but upgrading the instruments to contemporary standards. L'introduction du cornetto dans l'orchestre du conservatoire devait nécessairement amener le perfectionnement de l'instrument. L'application des clés et des autres améliorations de la facture contemporaine ont fait disparaître ses défauts et ont permis au vieil instrument de figurer dignement à côté des autres sonorités de l'orchestre moderne. So, a quite ambitious project.
Even in its golden age, the cornet was already considered as slightly unrefined unless played by those who were considered masters at the instrument, like Luigi Zenobi, Girolamo dalla Casa, Giovanni Sansoni, for example. By 1640, the plague had decimated a number of those masters, leaving the instrument to those who didn't delight the audience as much as the stars of the past. Despite attempts to revive it, it slowly declined. By 1732, testimonies got more pessimistic. The hard cornet is extremely difficult, indeed the most difficult of all wind instruments. It sounds from far away like a raw, unpolished human voice. Quote by Joseph Mayer. By 1854, Francesco Caffi witnesses that today we hardly know what it is, talking about the cornet. And probably the most degrading description in the cornet's literature appeared in 1938. If ever an instrument belonged to the low strata of society, the cornet did. They were the poor white trash among musical instruments. Not only were they cheaply made, but they were noted for their poverty of musical qualities. Constructed of wood and covered with leather, their tone was colorless, coarse, and windy. Anyone with a pocket knife, a pot of glue, and a thin skiver of leather could make one of these instruments. The tone was dull and windy, but for some strange reason, it became extremely popular. In the 15th and 16th century, it became the most popular wind instrument in Europe. From Schwartz's Story of Musical Instruments in 1938.
Here is a picture of Mayon's keyed cornet, labeled 1226 in his instruments catalog. The instrument is made of two parts that are not detachable. The metal rings on the upper parts appear to be reinforcements that might have been added to prevent the instrument from cracking, even though it did eventually crack anyway. In the higher part that can suffer from mechanical constraints. Mayon's description reads as such. This is a tenor cornet, straight, in A, made for the conservatoire concerts, where it was used for the opening chorus of Gluck's Orpheus, the last example of the use of this instrument in the orchestra. This cornet has been improved with modern manufacturing techniques. The side holes are drilled in their normal place and covered with plates to make them easier to cover with the fingers. In addition, it is fitted with a number of keys to make the intonation easier. These produce, at concert pitch, in the following order, by the successive opening of the side holes, and then he gives the following example. So, lowest note B as an instrument in A. Here are some more pictures of the instrument taken during a manual measuring session in 2017. There were in total 41 cornets preserved in the Musical Instrument Museum in Mayon's time. Among them are 32 originals and 9 copies Mayon made from original instruments preserved in other museums, such as Nuremberg and Verona. Here's an overview of different sizes of cornets, as depicted in Praetorius Syntagma Musicum, a reference that Mayon himself used in his description of cornets. So you have the ordinary cornet in G, high cornet in D, a mute cornet in F, tenor cornet in C. And then tenor cornet in C with the lowest note C, thanks to extension giving to a key similar to the ones used in reed instruments and recorders. So the added key system.
Here is a table of the instruments that Mayon had access to, numbered according to the first editions of the museum's catalogue that he wrote himself. The lines colored green correspond to the copies by Mayon. We only kept the information given by Mayon himself to try and grasp what he had at hand and what understanding he had of the different cornet family members. The remarks on instrument number 473 are worth noticing. Mayon seems to be aware of the historical pitch relation between coatone and kamatone, which we will detail later. The same case appears for instrument number 1187. Mayon knows about the existence of 2 high cornets distant a tone apart from each other. The description of cornet number 1221, shows Mayon's way of dealing with different pitch centers in his cataloging of instruments. He describes the instruments as being in E with lowest note F sharp. Then he remarks that the instrumentalist or builder calls it an instrument in D. This shows that Mayon tests the instrument to the pitch standard of his time and describes them accordingly, even when he knows the original tuning. It is interesting to look at the description of the bass cornet 1223, giving as a lowest note a D flat, making it an instrument in C flat. Again, a description of a cornet made in a different pitch, but tested to Mayon's contemporary pitch. The Mayon keyed cornet, labeled 1226, is included in the collection of the museum here.
The interest of Victor Charles Mayon for early music instruments was shared by Giewart, who I mentioned before, who was appointed director of Brussels Conservatoire in 1871 and played a key role in reviving the cornet, most notably through the organization of a yearly concert historique from 1879 on. Giewart was openly advocating the need and the pedagogical role of studying early repertoire, as you can see here in L'Écho musical in 1876. Mentioning the official request approved by the Conservatory's Commission and the minister to dedicate a yearly concert to the repertoire before Handel. From 1879 to 1890, a certain number of events involved cornets, including exhibitions, concerts, and processions. Some of them probably used Mayon's copies of historical instruments. In the late 19th century, the very young Belgian state was still building up its identity, linked with the rich heritage of the Low Countries and their past musical practices. That led to some interesting musical experiments, such as the music composed for the 50th anniversary of the Belgian Railway in 1885. L'Écho musical reports that the setting was inspired by the famous painting of the 1615 Omegang processions by Denys van Aslot, displaying a typical group of wind instruments mixing brass and reeds known as alta capella and in use throughout Europe from the Middle Age until the 18th century. One of the groups in the 1885 processions involved cornets in music composed by Gustave Huberty after a popular tune, and scored for 3 oboes, 2 English horns, 1 tenor oboe, 1 bass oboe, 2 cornets, and a trombone. The invention of the keyed cornet by Maillon was motivated by a specific performance of Gluck's Orphée Eurydice played by the orchestra of the Conservatoire in March 1890 and conducted by Heewart. The opera entered the repertoire of La Monnaie as early as 1776 in its French version on a libretto adapted by Pierre-Louis Moline. La Monnaie invited Heewart to conduct a new production of Orphée in 1893, 3 years after the Brussels Conservatoire recreation. The production was very successful and virtually revived the piece for many years at La Monnaie. Our curiosity and part of the hopes we had with that research was to look for other opportunities for the use of the keyed cornet invented by Maillon, especially since he was very ambitious in claiming his instrument was an upgrade. The cornetto parts in Gluck's opera are all con la parte, but are nonetheless demanding for the player as they raise a certain number of issues and difficulties in intonation due to the awkward fingering positions. Let's have a look.
So here are a few images from the parts material used by the orchestra of La Monnaie from 1893 onwards, confirming the use of cornet here. It's mentioned here, there. And here are some excerpts of the opera coming from the print present in the Koninklijke Bibliotheek, from a print for a performance in Vienna in 1764, so 2 years after the premiere in the same city. The cornet plays in the opening chorus of the first act and plays con la parte with the soprano part of the voices in several places. For most of the places where the cornet plays, 3 flats are used, but there are moments that go up to 6 flats. This is highly unusual and difficult to play well on a cornet due to the many forked fingerings that have to be used. However, these parts were in fact played, and we assume they were played well. So how did the cornetists manage to overcome these difficulties? A historical way of dealing with issues of uncomfortable fingerings was to transpose using differently pitched instruments.
Well, let's take a simple historical situation. A cornetist from Venice travels to Rome for a concert and notices that the organ is playing at a lower pitch than in Venice. He doesn't have another instrument at hand, so he just plays everything transposing downwards, for example, a minor third lower. This situation in practice was so common due to the lack of a unified pitch that theorists like Aurelio Virgiliano refer to transposition extensively, as you can see in the figure shown here. Sorry. Where are we? Just can't see anything. There's just no... Transposition is depicted here as going from a third higher to even a 7th lower, with their corresponding fingering charts. Actually, there were many other situations in which transposition would be required. For example, the difference between standard clef and height clefs, most often resulting in a transposition of a 4th or a 5th. Preferences of singers who want to sing at a certain pitch most suited for their voice, and difference between kammertone and chortone, being chamber and choir setting, generally being accepted to be a tone apart. Lastly, as mentioned before, a player can use transposition to overcome difficulties in fingerings. Here is a concrete example from around 1700 showing the practice of transposing a minor third to allow a high-pitched English cornet to play with the new low-pitched French instruments that became more popular in England in the 17th century. To get back to the Gluck opera, one could use a high-pitched instrument and transpose down a minor third, transforming the problematic C minor into A minor.
However, as these transposition practices were not common anymore in the time of Maillon, he went in a different direction to tackle the issues posed by the prospect of playing the Gluck opera on historical cornet models. The manufacturing of instruments with keys had developed a lot in the 18th and 19th centuries. Maillon himself has created patents of improved key systems on wood instruments, and thus was very familiar with the creation of keyed instruments. The addition of keys to the historical cornet might have been introduced to Maillon in his contact with the Ruck family collection of musical instruments. The straight cornet that you can see on the screen has the addition of one single key here on the side, which has facilitated the use of the note C sharp, which would normally be played with a forked fingering and is more difficult to intonate and has a weaker sound than non-forked fingerings. The cornet you see on the screen here is also part of the Ruck collection. We think this instrument might have been a first attempt in creating a cornet with keys, as it is a simpler system than the one used in his eventual model used for the Gluck opera. However, in the description of the instrument by friend Robert Overton in his book Der Zink, he describes it as being made for Victor Charles Maillon in Brussels. Whether this means that the instrument is made in Maillon's workshop but by another person in the workshop, or that he has requested it for someone else, is not clear. We have tried to imagine a fingering chart for the chromatic notes of the instrument, and the keys help to get rid of almost all the forked fingerings that Maillon might have thought as faulty in the historical cornet. The eventual model is, as you can see, a lot more complex, which is incorporating 9 keys, of which 4 to reduce the stretch of the fingers to reach the finger holes, and 5 of which to help getting rid of forked fingerings and thus playing chromatically. Interesting to note is the absence of a thumb hole, which is unusual, however not the only example in history. As mentioned before, the instrument is described by Maillon as an instrument in A, with the lowest note of the instrument being a B natural, and the opening of the finger holes respectively gives a B major scale. We have theorized a fingering chart of this instrument that gives the full chromatic scale. This instrument is made to play Orfeo and Eurydice of Gluck, and if you remember, their parts had in most places 3 flats. So an instrument in B natural is actually in a very far removed key, an instrument in A with the lowest note B natural is in a very far removed key and is actually a highly unusual choice to play this repertoire, even with the improved possibility of chromatic playing due to the key system. We have therefore tried to reason why Maillon decided to make a cornet in A instead of a more regular cornet in G or even in F. Only quite recently, before the performance of the opera in 1890 in Brussels Conservatory, standard pitch was introduced in this institution. This happened with the appointment of Gevaert as headmaster, and the newly established pitch was to be at A is 435 from 1871 onwards, at first as a recommendation and made official only in 1885. However, the pitch of military band, wind bands, fanfares, etc. around Brussels and around Belgium was in A is 451. Possibly, the instrument was in fact an instrument in B flat in A is 435. As shown before in Maillon's catalogue, he uses the contemporary pitch to describe the instruments. This would mean that the instrument, when taking it up in the catalogue, was tested not to A is 435, but to A is 451, which is almost a semitone higher. This would explain the description of a cornet in A, where it was in practice an instrument in B flat. This setup would make the playing of Luke's Orfeo actually easier, avoiding awkward fingerings and related intonation problems. This theory seemed to be supported by the trial of the instrument in 2017, placing the instrument at a pitch of indeed around AS451. However, there are some issues with the instrument that prevent us from drawing any hard conclusions, like the cracks mentioned before. In the time after we last gave this presentation at the Musical Instrument Museum in Brussels, we have found some evidence contrary to our previous working theory about an instrument in B flat, namely that in the instrument catalogue present in the Basler Jahrbuch 1981, there is a mention of the mouthpiece used with this keyed cornet, which was a trumpet mouthpiece with a flat cup. As you can see here, een trompetenmundstuk met flachem kessel. This implies, right after the length of the instrument is mentioned, 55 centimeters, and a mention of the catalog of the length mentioned in the catalog of Maillon himself, which was 59 centimeters. And Maillon mentions also that the embouchure comprise, so the mouthpiece was included in the measurements. This implies the cataloging. This trumpet mouthpiece has not been mentioned by the Instrument Museum in the time that we have worked with them, and has not been present with the instrument itself. But it seemed to have been present in the testing of the, in the checking of the instruments in making the catalog from the Basler Jahrbuch. So with some estimations, with a cornet mouthpiece length of about 2 centimeters, based on comparisons between instruments with a relative distance of 2 centimeters, there is a pitch difference that approaches 17 hertz, which would be the difference between the before mentioned 452 and 435 hertz, which actually had to make us come back on our idea that it might be an instrument in B flat, and it is in fact an instrument in A with A is 435. So we have tried our best to defend Maillon's position for making a cornet in A to play predominantly in C minor, but our attempts have seemed to be futile. Perhaps Maillon tried to prove his addition of keys of the cornet makes it a true chromatic instrument without any limits of tonalities it can play in.
We'd like to show you now the amazing visuals that Patrick showed partly as well from the latest tomography we did on Maillon's cornet 3 months ago. We only started processing the huge quantity of data, but felt it would have been a pity not to share with you some of the instrument's intimate secrets. What we see here is the upper section of the instrument, which appears to have been modified, probably addressing issues about conicity. The instrument's upper part was cut, the lower part threaded to welcome a new head joint. During the process, the force applied probably made the instrument crack, reaching the upper keywork recess, as you can see. These shows now clearer the threaded joint, as well as an ad hoc modification of the first hole. This is where tomography shows to be very effective in displaying materials of different density. It appears the top part of the instrument is damaged and shows 2 longitudinal cracks, probably caused by the insertion of a small metal lead pipe at the top. Here is a clearer view on the 2 cracks mentioned. And here, the cracks down shown going down until the threaded joint, as you see. The fact that the threaded part was done under a tone hole definitely suggests a permanent solution during the prototyping of the instrument, not a design meant for frequent assembly and disassembly. Bore analysis and then reconstruction can be attempted by defining a 3-point circle projections, as you see on next slide, and this is Patrick's work. The calculations of the reconstructed bore profile are crucial, as they could validate or invalidate all of our theories on the fingering chart, and basically Maillon's claimed innovations. What you see now is a graphic I made to imagine, also in collaboration with Damien, to make, let's say, numbers speak. So this is one of the mute cornets preserved in Leipzig, the one Patrick was basically talking about. And to visualize numbers for all of us musicians, normal humans, I treated the Bohr profile as a function that I derived, which we call in the case of non-linear data, a growth rate. All deviations you see are acceleration or deceleration of the conicity. As long as the line stays above 0, the instrument's diameter is increasing, sometimes increasing faster, sometimes slower. What you see here is the hand of a Bassano family craftsman in the late 16th century. The nature of that visuals makes it look quite erratic, but it's a perfectly working instrument made by one of the finest workshops in its time. Now you see another hand, the hand of another Venetian workshop that this method helped me identify. See already the regularity of the conicity. It shows sections of different cones, but the hand is very steady. See now Maillon's instrument. It's a perfectly regular single cone. That means two things. Our assumption on the fact that all holes covered will overblow an octave is actually correct, because remember that there is no thumb hole, so we needed to understand like how is that even possible. But in the case of a perfect singular cone, it's actually true and working. So even before we actually get to try some kind of a copy or an instrument, we know that this old covered will actually work. And it's probable that the historical cornet's irregular bore might have been misunderstood and overlooked by Maillon when trying to define quality parameters. We can read the nuanced position of Victor Charles Maillon concerning the performance of early repertoires, similar to Friedrich Nietzsche's position towards collecting the past. I quote, "The works have their marked places, some in libraries, others in museums, and the third in conservatories. There they have their raison d'être. Everywhere else they usurp the place of modern compositions." During the course of our research, we came across another interesting cornet part in Vincent d'Indy's opera, Ferval, premiered in La Monnaie in 1897. We were not able to identify yet the wind players' identities, as a few folders are missing at the Archives de la Ville de Bruxelles. But considering the tonality of Ferval and our understanding of the system invited by Maillon, the keyed cornet might be the instrument used in 1897. So just another occasion to actually use that curiosity or freak or whatever we can call it. Before the musical world went back to ignorance and replaced the cornet part of that opera with English horn in the printed version of the opera. Very, very, very bad move, very bad move. Let us get an impression of the beautiful melody at the beginning of the second act performed backstage by the cornetto and described as such. "We are in the land of Cravan, on the slope of a mountain, near a stone altar. It's not daylight yet. Thick, incessant fog continually passes over the scene. Ferval, alone by the altar, thinks bitterly of Guillain and the beautiful days gone by. Arfagarde arrives, closely followed by a shepherd who announces the imminent arrival of the chiefs of Cravan." We hope that the gradual processing of all the data gathered on Mayon's cornet will teach us more than what the instrument itself has to say. I can't help but embark on the footsteps of Mayon and fantasize about an evolution of the cornet, or at the very least keep stimulating the creative process for composers nowadays, fascinated by that dubious ray of sunlight. Thank you very much.
'78, it still had this metal mouthpiece, this long metal mouthpiece. It was terrible, but I don't know whether it was because it was cracked or anything. Because it had a sort of like a modern cornet mouthpiece or something.
It's heavily damaged. That we couldn't tell before actually scanning it.
Interesting was that the copies that he made of historical instruments were pretty good.
Yeah.
He knew what he was doing.
Yeah. For some of them, it's difficult to say for all, and it was not. He had there was someone working in the workshop for him who was quite gifted, Franz de Vestibule. He was the one making all these copies for him, and quite a gifted craftsman. So, I mean, I would be interested in, maybe it's also a curiosity, I would be very interested in maybe scanning some of these copies, trying to confront basically his understanding of the cornetto too, because I find it very interesting anyway. But in the revival, and it's well, that's a very personal fantasy, let's say. Any questions?
I was just wondering about the indication in the score for the opera by Dindy that said Cornet bouquin en ut. And did that not help then confirm the notion that, oh, maybe it was a C instrument at the higher pitch? If that was the instrument that could have been used.
He seems to be himself very confused, I must say.
Okay.
Because in the way he was, I think, really much trying to, mix a catalog with modern standards, let's say.
Yeah.
So trying to make something that would work in his time, and at the same time, he seems to be aware of those pitch discrepancies. So it's a little bit confusing.
Yeah. Okay.
And that's, I would be curious. Apart from, we have a couple of other pieces, modern or neo pieces, but which are impossible to actually connect to a certain instrument, whether they were on that copy Mayon made or this other copy. So he had 9 instruments made. And maybe he was just letting them used by musicians too, and that would help us for the understanding of, his understanding of the transposition practices. And but it's, for now at least, impossible to actually really connect them. Only that keyed instrument we know is related to a certain performance. But yeah, this is definitely ongoing theories that could very well be.
Yeah. Thanks.
And please welcome Anne And so she's, be nice to her, she's not a cornetto player, but so she's, yeah, a little bit of variety is it helps.
It's a spice of life.
As long as you mention cornetto at some point, it's well good.
I think it's like 1 to 10 mentions in
That's
the
fine.
talk. So yes, good afternoon everyone. And I just want to say what an honor and privilege it is to be here in the warm embrace of the cornetto world and to stand in front of so many esteemed performers and researchers, many of whom have greatly shaped the talk I'm about to give. I especially want to thank Katerina and Adam because a lot of the things I talk about they've already introduced into the room today. You'll see many of the same pictures and many of the same topics. And also, because I'm going to be dealing with quite a wide time, and also geographically, I stay on quite a superficial level, so if you know all this information, feel free to go to sleep. I won't be offended, or do your emails or something like that. So for those of you who don't know me, I'm not a cornetto player. I specialized in medieval and Renaissance reed instruments at the Schola Cantorum Basiliensis. I play shawms and dulcians and douzaines. I dabble with the recorder, and I perform vocally as well when the chance arises. Therefore, when it comes to looking at the Renaissance wind band, I'm definitely seeing it as a development coming out of a medieval practice rather than looking backwards from an early Baroque sensibility. And my expectations, aesthetics, desires are shaped accordingly. As a shawm player, I learnt early on it's best to stick to my own kind. Reed instruments sound really glorious when played together, but every time I was asked to join a late Renaissance-style mixed wind band with cornets and sackbuts and dulcians, I always felt a little bit out of place, and I had to adjust my playing style so much. I wish I had brought my oboe with me, as I was asking my poor shawm to do things that seemed to go against its essence. I had a gut feeling these problems only existed today, and my predecessors would not have suffered in the same way. So, as we all know, throughout the 15th, 16th, 17th centuries, wind bands were ubiquitous and involved in many aspects of society. They were loud, portable, relatively robust to climatic conditions, making them perfect for outdoor events, adding splendor and support to music in the church, playing the role of a jukebox in the banqueting hall, and fulfilling functional roles like tower music. They were even taken on sea voyages around the world. So let's look at the very famous picture, which we've already seen several times today. And I guess it's that way, yes. So, ta-da! Obviously, this is really a beautiful example of a mixed band. You have a cornet, soprano shawm, 2 alto shawms, sackbut, and dulcian. And what I love about this specific picture is it's capturing, within the early 17th century mixed wind band, you still have a classic 15th century alto cappella, which was of course the starting point and nucleus of the grand European wind band tradition. Shawms started to flourish when the musical landscape and compositional style was very different. It's clear from iconography, archives, literary descriptions that a 3-part wind ensemble blossomed in the late 14th century and dominated throughout the 15th century. At this point, compositional styles, music aesthetics were very different from the 16th century. Late medieval music calls for long supporting tenor lines, which come alive if you play them very smoothly with flow and flair. On top of that comes a cantus line, which is highly melodic and lyrical, but still involves an element of flow through the phrase. And in between came the contratenor line, normally the same range as a tenor, but with a very different character, jumping around to fill the harmonies between the tenor and the cantus, and providing some rhythmic salt and pepper. The bore of the shawms were developed to support this style of music, especially the cantus and tenor lines. I can tell you from first-hand experience, it's very easy to play these long tenor lines on these instruments. They're calling out for this style of playing. And of course, the more jumping rhythmic style of the contratenor line works well on a slide trumpet or a trombone. you can tell that the music and the instruments support each other and were developed to go hand in hand. As the 15th century comes to a close, new currents began to circulate, and of course the new four-part style of writing with more rhetorical phrase groupings begins to dominate. And this went on into the 16th century, getting more and more exaggerated as the decades passed. And along with this new style of music came new instruments to the fore. You begin to have the rise of the cornet, and you begin to have dulcians. And I know from playing both shawm and dulcian, what's great about the dulcian is that you can vary your breath pressure to get more dynamics, and also the instrument calls out for you to shape individual notes. You can play through a phrase in a very direct way, but you also can shape it in a very nuanced way, which matches then wonderfully with how cornets like to play and also what the music calls for. And this is something I can achieve on a shawm, but I have to kind of force it to go into that direction. So the question is, how did these two generations of instruments exist side by side, as we know they did, for well over 100 years? From iconography, ceremonial descriptions, and court, city, and cathedral archives, we know that shawms, especially the alto shawm, carried on being a core member of the Renaissance wind band, playing next to the newer cornet. So this combination must have inherently worked at some level. And the problems I've been experiencing must be something that means that something's not quite working in our modern day interpretation. To answer this, I'm going to go down 3 separate avenues. I'm going to do a horribly superficial look at different trends in instrumental groupings from 1420 to 1620. I'm also going to have a little look at the surviving shawms to see what that tells us. And with huge thanks to several people in this room, I'm also going to look at the importance of using historically inspired copies of cornets when playing this repertoire. So, as I said, a horribly superficial overview, basically using these three sources. And in fact, it was really fascinating, and I want to now jump much, much more deeply into this. But for now, I'll just give you the highlights. Basically, by looking through these sources, who all wonderfully document by date and place and information what was going on in Europe, it confirmed what I kind of knew, which was, in general, shawms combined with a brass instrument was the staple group throughout the 15th century, growing from 2 reeds and 1 brass instrument at the beginning of the century, expanding to 3 reeds and 1 brass, and even sometimes 3 reeds and 2 brasses as the century went on, and you begin to find music written for more and more parts. I was going to say around 1490 we begin to see mention of cornets, but I know already it was even earlier. In the Feast of the Pheasants, you're already finding it. So you begin to find cornets, but they're quite often linked together with sackbuts and in supporting choral situations and playing in sacred settings. The 16th century is, of course, the hotspot of the intergenerational existence of shawms and cornets, and it seemed to have varied a lot from country to country. So, in Italy, they very quickly transitioned to the cornets at the expense of the shawm. From the turn of the century, you almost immediately begin to find a lot of references to cornets being used. And within a few decades, there's occasional references to the shawm, but basically it has died out. For instance, in Bologna, the Concerto Palatino changed from being around 1500 was 3 shawms and 2 sackbuts to 4 cornets and 4 sackbuts in 1537. This trend was found throughout the peninsula, from Milan down to Naples, but it did seem to take a bit longer to get down to Naples. And also, what I found very interesting, and I think Katerina touched on it, you have a lot of descriptions in the second part of the century of all these intermedi and all these big court celebrations, and they really list, there's so many instruments involved, but you never hear of a shawm, which I find quite interesting, because it is, they are very sort of, sorry, I can seeing so many nods over there. It is very kind of prestigious places that you'd have thought you would have at least had some shawms for dancing or something, or some mention of a shawm. Whereas in Spain and Portugal and their colonies, it seemed to have stayed very reed-heavy. At the beginning of the century, you find depictions of a soprano shawm and 2 alto shawms and a sackbut, so typically by these angels here. And this was a very typical image. You find it a lot in Portugal in the first half of the century, and it's all connected to the Assumption of the Virgin Mary. And I thought it was interesting that you also get exactly the same instrumentation, which is a bit more descriptive in Mexico, also in the beginning of the century. But towards the end of the century, this is Seville and the cathedral musicians, and you still see you've got sackbuts and pommers and stuff, but just at the back there's one little cornet player trying to play along with them all. So I would say, although cornets did join in, they were an addition rather than kind of taking over from the shawm. This also seemed to be the same in England. Shawm stayed very, very present within the aesthetics of the country. We do get a lot of reference to cornets and sackbuts in this typical sacred setting from around 1530, but the various weight bands remained shawm-dominated, and it followed the European-wide trend of, in the second half from about 1560, you get many, many, many more references to cornets being played either with or instead of shawms. For instance, the London Waits added cornets in 1568. And just a little side note, I thought it was very interesting that I couldn't find any iconography for England. It seems to be a sort of a missing part of the puzzle. I don't know if it doesn't exist and we just haven't found it, or it just wasn't captured, but maybe this is what we can talk about over a beer later. So, why did that not work? Yes. 1 second. Oh, yes. In France, it was kind of similar to England. Shawms remained really an integral part of the aesthetic, and they were the main part of the écurie ensemble in the 16th and 17th century. And in fact, it was out of France that we get the new oboe from the 1660s. So obviously, reeds were just very much very beloved and part of the aesthetic there. There are mentions of cornets from about 1580, but again, they were being added rather than replacing. And then in Germany, obviously it's a big area, but it was fascinating that from what I could see, it really varied from place to place. In a few places, the shawm references died off very quickly, I guess inspired by Italian connections. And in other parts, they stayed integral right through the 16th into the 17th century. Mainly for what I'm calling balcony music, because you just keep seeing all these pictures of musicians up in a balcony playing, or of course outdoors for dancing. And this is all, of course, heavily connected to the Stadtpfeife world. And as you can see, it just seems to be a very, very common image of having bombards, so alto shawms, a sackbut, and a cornet on the top. The Low Countries also remain fans of shawms, and you will find images of alto shawm often combined with cornet and other instruments well into the 17th century. So, of course, I'm only literally scratching the surface here. This really needs some sort of deep dive. But just a few takeaways. I'm very sad that I will stop my dream of playing Gabrielli, because obviously that is just not my world, sadly. Also, it quickly becomes clear that you have two different groupings. You have the sackbuts and the cornets in the choral sacred world, and then you have more the Stadtpfeife world of mixed wind bands, either in balconies or out in the world playing for dancing. The only thing to note is that, of course, in Spain, they still love the shawm, and the shawm was still used within this sacred choral situation. I also thought it was interesting, as I mentioned before, this intermediate in the second half of the century. It's like so many instruments, but never a shawm. I was also interested to see how quickly string instruments seem to be added, also in the Stadtpfeife world. I didn't include a picture, but I quite often quite often, a few times, saw kind of a classic Stadtpfeife wind ensemble with a big bass viol on the bottom. And I think that could be a very interesting combination to explore at some point. And also, I was amazed at how often a crumhorn was mentioned. So I think it's time for a crumhorn revolution. So, although it wasn't the trend in Italy, the rest of Europe must have had pretty convincing mixed wind bands. But how did they function? First of all, I'm going to turn to my own instrument, the shawm, and I will concentrate on the outer shawm, as that seems to be the one most often used in the context of playing with a cornet. So, I work a lot with the maker Fritz Heller, and in the last few years he has evolved, in my opinion, from being an instrument maker to an instrument researcher. He has spent so much time looking at and copying different surviving shawms, and he now has a large catalogue of instruments and a good sense of how the instrument evolved over time. So these are the different models that he has copied, and considering that's all just an alto shawm, I think it really brings us a lot of information to have chosen to copy so many different instruments. Of course, we are unlucky, or maybe lucky, that not so many shawms survive. There are a few more instruments than on this list, but not really many more. So you can quickly get to grips with what there was. And of course, there are other makers like Sam Goebel who are also going back to basics and copying originals, but this is a relatively new trend. There have always been great makers and great players, but very often the shawm has been in the hands of amateur players, and then makers will make an instrument that suits that market, which means an instrument that kind of survives with brute force. If you don't have a very advanced technique, you can still achieve some level of stability in a shawm by just playing really strong and loud. This high pressure and, of course, level of resistance is what characterizes a shawm, but I'm beginning to learn if you play on copies of the originals, they are often lighter and easier and have a greater dynamic range than we are used to. So after I have played most of these models in his workshop, and I've learned a couple of things. If we look at the first, it's a Schnitzer alto from about 1530, and it has a real heaviness to it. It has a heaviness to the instrument. It has a heaviness to the playing style it asks you for. When you blow down it, it wants you to play really loud and full and have an earthy resonance, which of course fits really well within the context of a shawm and trombone ensemble. A few decades later, we begin to find quite a few Bassano models dotted around European museums. And there's already a subtle difference. The instrument from the outside looks relatively similar, but it's lighter in the hand, and you can already begin to play with a greater dynamic range. And whereas it's still what I call a classic shawm in that it asks me to play through the line, I can sense that there's an element of virtuosity and an excellence within the instrument, which makes sense coming out of a workshop that was famous for cornets and dulcians. Then a decade later, not a decade, a whole generation later, we jump to a very fascinating instrument. It's in the Berlin Museum, and it's part of, actually I'm just going to read here because it'll be easier. It's a very slender, I brought a copy here. So this is kind of a standard 16th century shawm, and this is the Naumburg instrument that's now in the Berlin Museum. And as I don't know if you can see, but it's much slender. It's much more slender. This is, of course, part of this very famous collection that was bequeathed in 1657 by Andreas Unger, who was cantor of the Church of St. Wenceslas in the town of Naumburg. When he died, he left all his instruments to the church, and it was really quite a collection. There's dulcians, there's cornets, there's recorders, there's I think maybe a crumhorn, there's shawms, there's all sorts of things. He probably bought the shawms in around 1620-30 when he was in Leipzig. And very luckily, these instruments just very safely stayed in the cupboard in the church for a long time, until eventually it was given to the Instrument Museum in Berlin. And it's a very different beast. As you can imagine, it is quieter. But what I find interesting is that it already wants me to play in a more nuanced way. It encourages me to play, like in this rhetorical, articulated, mannered way where I'm shaping every note rather than playing through a phrase. And that's what I'm used to more from the Dulcian. I've never played on a shawm that has that character before. And in fact, Fritz has noticed that the bore is not dissimilar from then this Hacker alto pommer from 1680, which is a kind of transitional instrument, and people kind of call that a Deutsche Schalmei. So there was obviously a big jump at some point in the instrument constructions. So therefore, I am really willing to say some of these difficulties that I've been complaining about definitely are from my side. I should think carefully about what instrument I play for what repertoire. But I don't think the problem lies 100% with me. And for this next and final part of the talk, I'm very indebted to Roland Wilson and Ricardo Simeon. Actually, you're all sitting next to each other, and Jamie, you're all sitting in a row there. And also, I wanted, for all your articles, which have been my main point of inspiration for what I'm about to say. And then also, I've been having great conversations with Patrick Sabo and Sam Goebel and Andrew Halleck and Josmin Belendez and Katerina to like put various thoughts clear in my brain. So, as we all know, the cornet did start appearing in the 15th century, but like shawms, we're only beginning to find real concrete surviving instruments from the mid-16th century. And like the shawm, you guys seem to be inundated with instruments, and I'm very jealous. And you've even got some original mouthpieces, which is amazing. Like, could you imagine finding a real reed buried at the back of a cupboard somewhere? It'd be amazing. And this is great because, of course, there are a lot of differences also within the family. You know, you've got straight and curved and mute, and you have different pitches. And as we've seen from various talks, even the instruments themselves, you're never going to get like an instrument that's exactly the same as another instrument. But from what I've read and discussed, there seems to be a wonderful synchronicity between these original cornets and the other Renaissance wind instruments at the time. For instance, as we all know, if you place down your 6 fingers and a thumb, you're going to get a sounding A, which ties in wonderfully with all the other alto instruments, which we refer to as G, but that's only because of the 7th hole. In fact, my instruments are basically an instrument in A, because that also tends to be the note that I finish on for most pieces. I really rarely finish on a 7-finger hole. And this also ties in with the sackbut, which also has a fundament of A. And the similarity continues. If you follow the original fingering on the cornetti, you get it's the same as Renaissance recorders, and you have the wonderful sharpened 7th with just your thumb and an octave with everything off. And of course, there is this big annoyance, B flat. What do we do with B flats? It's an awkward half hole in the bottom octave, which I noticed Speer doesn't even mention in the fingering table. He just goes, that note doesn't exist, don't bother. And you have to kind of work out what you do in the second octave. But it's the same problem that we all have to deal with. Recorder players have become very adept at half-holing. And as a shawm player, we just kind of we beg and insist and plead that everything goes up a tone or a fifth to just move the music into a convenient fingering system. And because I have the same fingering system as the cornet, so this jump of a tone and a fifth is also going to be beneficial to the cornet. And of course, as already many talks have mentioned this, we've had the charts, we've shown that it's very usual to jump around, and also Tinctorius and Agricola and Pretorius, they all talk about this shifting. It would have just been a normal thing to do. And then just to finish, there's also certain qualities of these original instruments from what I've read and experienced. There is an aesthetic, a brighter, buzzier aesthetic, an aesthetic that takes you more in the direction of a shawm. I believe from what I've read that the instruments were often slightly thinner walled and the finger holes were often a little bit bigger. They were often wrapped in parchment rather than leather. And this all helps to create a more resonant instrument and not be damped in sound. And of course, if you play on a historical mouthpiece with this sharp angle between the bowl and the shaft, again, you get a clear articulation and a buzzier sound. So in that circumstances, now I can understand why someone would refer to the cornet as a ray of sunshine. Therefore, and I just wanted to say, so one thing I do notice is that when you do go for this sort of 16th century more resonant aesthetic, it's all about having just direct vibrations and direct resonances that just go up and have the full gamut of sound. You're not rounding off the sound to be darker or more beautiful, which then sort of dampens the resonances. You're just going for a very direct sound. And that means you go from having a sound which of course is very beautiful, but a sound is made up of a string of pearls, this beautiful sound of like lots of beautiful sounds sort of meeting and kind of functioning, which is an aesthetic that's kind of quite loved today. It goes into more of a sound that can really, really mesh and really resonate and become very visceral. So, therefore, when original style cornets were played in a late Renaissance mixed wind band, they blended much better with the other instruments based on what I've learnt about historical copies. All the instruments were vibrating in the same frequencies. It was a buzzier sound, so the world could mesh together. That means it could also be really well in tune. All the instruments were liked to play in the same modes and were benefited by the same shifting or fingering. And then once you're all in the same fingering world, you can get this wonderful nuance of mi-fa with the hexachords and the different colors collectively. I'm very happy that there's a slow awareness of this. Various makers and people sitting in this room are beginning to sell historical copies, and there are several people experimenting with these colors and fingerings. I've heard some really interesting informal recordings from my colleagues Josue and Max working with students in the Hochschule in Bremen. They did a little experiment playing from the top of a tower, and the cornetto player changed the mouthpiece in various situations. And it went from being basically a Pommer concerto, which is what it often is in these situations, through to I could hardly hear the Pommer player once a historical mouthpiece was added. Also, I've heard some very convincing recordings that Patrick has sent me. And on a personal note, I had the chance to experiment with this also in Bremen with Lily Petzold, who has some historical mouthpieces. I was playing in an ensemble. I was playing a Schaumai, a soprano shawm, and she was on cornet. And for one of the first times in my life, I didn't feel like I had to kind of make myself smaller to fit in. And there were moments when I felt, from the audience, they said that her sound was louder than mine. And so that was a historical mouthpiece. And then I also had the good fortune last week to play with Katerina and Adam on some historical copies of an instrument from Fritz. And even though she didn't have a historical mouthpiece, still just having a historical copy of the instrument made a huge difference and pulled it in that direction. And so I'm just waiting to have a go with an instrument being played with a historical mouthpiece and a historical copy of the instrument. I think you will hardly hear me in that context. So to conclude, to solve personal problems when playing shawms in mixed Renaissance wind bands, I have gone off on an academic odyssey, and I'm very happy with the results I've been discovering. When both shawms and cornets are closer to the original instruments, it becomes very easy to play together, and then it's understandable why you so often find them together in iconography, literary references, and archival accounts. Sadly, I will no longer yearn to play from the balconies of San Marco, but I can still enjoy a vast array of repertoire on the concert stage with my newfound friend, the cornet. Sorry. hoping we're overrunning with time and I don't have any questions.
Je pense bien. Nice. Super. Well, thank you very much for this wonderful colloquium. I'm Sergio Cerrillo, I'm Mexican. I will present a resume of my master dissertation about the corneto in Mexico City's cathedral. In order to be more efficient, I should apologize, I will speak in French. Sorry. Oui, le cornet était un instrument essentiel dans l'interprétation de la musique hispanique du XVIe, XVIIe et XVIIIe siècle. Même s'il n'y a pas d'œuvre spécifiquement dédiée à l'instrument en tant que soliste. Il est mentionné par son nom pour la première fois dans les actes du chapitre de la cathédrale de Mexico en 1596. Et ces actes témoignent de l'existence du dernier cornettiste de la cathédrale, Vicente Ramírez, qui a été licencié en 1753. Donc, ça, c'est un tableau magnifique qu'on trouve à la sacristie de la cathédrale de Mexico. On n'a pas de répertoire, mais d'un point de vue iconographique, le cornet est très important, très important dans le monde hispanique. Donc, je me suis posé la question, qu'est-ce qui se passe avec les cornets? On sait qu'on jouait con la parte tout le temps, la polyphonie, etc. Mais je me suis posé la question, qu'est-ce qui se passe avec les cornets? Donc, voilà, ça c'est le tableau de la sacristie. Ah oui, oui. Je dois revenir avec ça parce que, oui, effectivement, les wind band, Spanish wind band instruments s'appellent les ensembles de ministriles. Ministriles est un mot qui est très important parce que quand on cherche des informations sur les cornets au XVIe siècle, on ne trouve pas les cornets, mais on trouve les ministriles. Les ministriles, un ministrile, c'est un musicien générique qui joue cornet, et ou chalmi, et ou sac-bout, et ou dulcian, et ou tous les genres de dulcian, petit dulcian, ténor, alto, soprano. Donc, bon, les sources les plus importantes pour une recherche comme ça sont les actes. Les actes du chapitre, dans ce cas, les actes du chapitre de la cathédrale de Mexico, qui nous permettent de connaître beaucoup d'informations sur toute la musique et tous les musiciens
qui ont travaillé pour cette institution. Et nous disposons des informations sur les embauches, les rembauches, les salaires, le licenciement, les informations personnelles sur les cornettistes, son comportement, ses besoins économiques, ses besoins familiers, et les besoins aussi de la chapelle de musique. Et pour connaître, ça c'est un exemple d'acte. Il fallait réviser les actes depuis 1536 jusqu'à 1800 pour trouver les cornets. Mais ça c'est un travail qui est déjà fait. Parce que, bon, il y a un séminaire à Mexico dont j'ai fait partie, qui s'appelle le séminaire Musicat, qui est un séminaire international basé à l'Université nationale, et qui travaille en réseau depuis 2002 à l'étude du phénomène sonore dans les cathédrales de la Nouvelle-Espagne, qui est le territoire qu'aujourd'hui on appelle le Mexique, pour connaître et comprendre la société dans la période 1525 à 1858. Le séminaire développe, entre autres, des projets institutionnels de catalogage d'archives et transcription des documentations. À partir du catalogage des archives, on sait qu'il n'y a pas de répertoire soliste pour Cornet. Mais on a une base de données des actes du chapitre cathédral, où on a en total un peu plus de 22 000 entrées sur la musique dans cette période, 1536, 1858, plus ou moins. Donc, il y a deux divisions dans cette base de données. Il y a les entrées qui ont déjà été publiées, parce qu'on a une base de données en ligne, qu'on peut faire une consulte. Et on a la partie de la base de données qui n'a pas encore été publiée parce qu'il faut réviser chaque entrée. 22 000 entrées sont beaucoup d'entrées. On travaille sur ça depuis plus de 20 ans. On n'a pas encore fini. On travaille plutôt la cathédrale de Mexico, la cathédrale de Puebla. On a quelques entrées sur la cathédrale de Oaxaca, Guadalajara et Durango, au nord du Mexique. Dans la seule cathédrale de Mexico, il y a actuellement 416 entrées dans la base de données avec le mode ministril ou ministriles, et 120 avec le mode corneta. Dans un exemple, j'écris corneta dans le logiciel, et la base de données me donne une liste d'entrées avec un résumé. Donc si je fais clic, j'aurai une transcription du paragraphe des sacs de chapitre où on parle de la cornette dont le cornet est mentionné. Bon, je reviens avec les sources parce qu'on a aussi les reports des maîtres de chapelle. On a un report très particulier du maître de chapelle Manuel de Sumaya, qui est 1731, où il fait mention que les cornettistes et les dulcianistes doivent jouer la chalmie. Mais on parle de 1731. Ils doivent jouer de la chalmie pour les services de la tribune. Je vais parler tout à l'heure sur ça. Il y a d'autres collections de la cathédrale dans les sources qui sont la correspondance, les inventaires les inventaires de partitions, les inventaires d'instruments aussi. Oui, il y a d'autres genres de documentation que j'ai consulté aussi pour trouver des musiciens particuliers, qui sont des documents qui sont à l'Archive générale des Indes, à Séville, parce qu'à la cathédrale de Mexico, il y avait pas mal de relations entre les musiciens, surtout les ministriles, les cornetistes de la cathédrale de Mexico et les musiciens de la cathédrale de Séville. Il fallait consulter certaines informations et faire des transcriptions. Aussi, on a aussi des sources liturgiques. On a ces manuels de 1751. C'est le manuel où ils écrivent ce qu'il faut faire à l'hôtel dans les corps tous les jours de l'année. Et c'est 1751, mais ce manuel décrit des pratiques qui ont une tradition de plusieurs siècles, pas qu'au XVIIIe siècle. Et il fait mention que le cornet et la dulciane sont les seuls instruments qu'on peut jouer pendant la Semaine Sainte, par exemple. Pour certains offices très solennels du carême. On a aussi d'autres types de sources qui sont les sources iconographiques. Parce qu'en fait, pour les sources iconographiques, on a dû suivre une méthodologie qui a été proposée pour une chercheuse mexicaine, elle travaille sur l'organographie et l'organologie dans l'iconographie mexicaine. Donc, elle propose une méthodologie pour identifier les degrés de ressemblance d'un instrument représenté dans un tableau ou d'une pratique musicale spécifique. Donc, elle propose commencer par l'identification de l'instrument qui est représenté dans un tableau, dans une œuvre d'art, soit l'instrument, soit une pratique musicale. Ensuite, l'instrument ou la pratique doivent être nommés conformément à la nomenclature musicale correspondant à l'espace chronologique et géographique auquel appartient l'image. Après, il faudrait relier cette information au domaine auquel appartient la source étudiée. Par exemple, ce tableau, qui est un tableau de la fin du XVIIe siècle, de Cristóbal de Villalpando. On sait par exemple que Cristóbal de Villalpando, quand il fait ses dessins des singes musiciens, les singes musiciens qui sont plus proches de nous sont beaucoup plus détaillés. Donc, on peut se fier de la représentation de l'instrument, mais les singes perdent en netteté quand ils sont éloignés. Donc, on doit se méfier de ce qu'on voit dans un tableau de Cristóbal de Villalpando, par exemple. Et ce tableau particulier, il y a quelqu'un qui a proposé que ça c'est une technique autochtone de jouer en violon, mais en fait, ça c'est une excuse parce que si on voit, je n'ai pas le tableau complet, mais si on pense, si on connaît la théorie de l'art, il y a une ligne de fugue qui commence par là et suit par là. Donc la ligne de fugue, c'est une excuse pour dessiner les violons comme ça. Donc du coup, par exemple, ça c'est pas une pratique réelle. Et on peut dire pareil sur les cornets. On doit nommer ça cornet parce qu'on est à la fin du XVIIe siècle, mais il tente de représenter un chauffard parce que parce que dans ce tableau, en fait, on a ici la Vierge Marie qui représente la nouvelle arche de l'Alliance. Donc, il faut, si on a l'arche de l'Alliance, il faut avoir un chauffard. Dans ce cas, les cornets, c'est juste une excuse. Et bon, mais voilà, il y a plein d'iconographie. Alors, un rapport répertoire, on sait que, j'insiste, il n'y a pas de répertoire spécifique de Cornet, mais on identifie un répertoire que les cornetistes jouaient toujours, qui est le répertoire de ministril. J'ai dit musique décorative, c'est la musique qui n'est pas forcément liturgique, qui n'a pas de texte. C'est musique pour donner éclat et décorum aux processions, à l'offertoire dans la messe, à la communion. C'est très intéressant parce que si on prend les livres de Cabezón, Obras de Música, Cabezón écrit dans le prologue, c'est un livre pour clavier, mais en fait, Cabezón écrit dans le prologue que les ministriles peuvent jouer ce qu'ils présentent. Et si on va aux manuscrits qui sont présents dans le monde hispanique, il y a 6 ou 7 manuscrits en Espagne. Au Mexique, il y a un manuscrit à Puebla. Et à la Lilly Library en Bloomington, Indiana, il y a une collection de manuscrits qui appartenait à une collection en Guatemala. Et sont des codex, sont des grands livres c'est totalement clair que c'était du répertoire pour les ministriles. Et c'est le même répertoire qui présente Antonio de Cabezón. C'est exactement le même répertoire. Et chansons du répertoire franco-flamand, favourzones, madrigaux, polyphonie latine et danse. Donc, les œuvres que Cabezón présente et diminuées, dans les manuscrits, on ne les trouve pas diminuées. Ça signifie que Cabezón présente ce que les ministriles devaient improviser au moment de l'interprétation. Il y a une autre partie qui c'est la musique in alternatim. On revient avec les exemples de Cabezón. Il présente dans son publication des versets et des favourzones diminués. Et c'est ça qu'il fallait jouer pendant les offices. Finalement, on a le répertoire que c'était très clair, qui est le répertoire con la parte, le répertoire de polyphonie latine, soit substitution de voix, soit jouer con la parte. Et à la fin du XVIIe siècle, on a un répertoire qui s'appelle villancicos, qui est un répertoire polyphonique en espagnol, avec des textes religieux. Et parfois, on trouve des parties obligées. Donc, j'ai fait une recherche parce qu'on a des villancicos de Manuel de Sumaya, de la première partie du XVIIe siècle, où il demande un instrument qui s'appelle clarine. On entend le clarine comme la trompette naturelle. Mais si on cherche dans le répertoire de villancicos en Espagne, qui n'est pas trop connu non plus, à Saragosse, il y a 2 versions d'un même villancico où on trouve, c'est un villancico avec partie obligée de clarine, trompette naturelle. L'autre version, c'est exactement la même musique, mais la partie dit est Cornet. Donc on pense à l'interchangeabilité du cornet et de la trompette naturelle dans un genre de musique qui est plutôt fin du XVIIe siècle, début du XVIIIe siècle. Ah oui, parce que je parlais de la polychoralité. La musique a 2, 3, 4 corps. Bon, ça c'est un plan de la cathédrale de Mexico. Donc, on voit que l'autel et les corps sont de lieux totalement différents, qui sont séparés par un couloir cérémoniel qui s'appelle crujilla. Donc, ça c'est le corps. Bon, ici, il y a 2 grands ordres, et tout ça, c'est la tribune. Dans les rapports de Manuel de Sumaya, Bon, ça c'est le corps, depuis le bas. Dans le rapport d'Emmanuel de Soumaya, qui est 1718, un rapport sur l'état de la chapelle et les musiciens que cette église a besoin, il propose... j'ai fait une reconstruction hypothétique sur les données qu'il présente, parce qu'il propose une distribution des corps en rapport à l'espace. Dans le premier corps, tout en bas, il propose aussi la distribution de combien de chanteurs, combien d'instruments. Le premier corps doit être en bas, ça veut dire à côté du grand lutrin. Et le deuxième et le troisième corps doivent être en tribune. Il propose, Cerone, 1613, Cerone il dit la même chose. Il propose que le premier corps doit être encore plutôt des solistes. Le deuxième corps doit avoir un peu plus de musiciens et le troisième corps doit être vraiment plein. Donc, Soumaya écrit qu'en rapport à la distribution de l'espace, le corps qui est des solistes doit être plus proche des personnes parce qu'ils sont beaucoup moins que le corps qui a 16 personnes. Parce qu'il propose une distribution géométrique, mathématique. Il pense beaucoup aux mathématiques. Bon, on a aussi une chronologie des cornetistes à partir des actes. Ça, c'est magnifique parce qu'on a tout genre de personnes, on a des prêtres, on a des criminels, on a des pères de famille. Dans cette partie-là, il y a les ministriles, qu'on ne sait pas exactement qu'est-ce qu'ils jouent. On pense qu'ils jouaient tout. Jusqu'à la première apparition par écrit du mot corneta, qui est plus ou moins 1590. Et là-bas, ça commence la grosse liste des cornetistes. Et on trouve on sait quelques-uns d'entre eux, on sait plus ou moins l'âge à laquelle ils ont commencé à étudier le cornet. Parce que pour beaucoup d'autres, le cornet, c'était qu'un moyen, c'était des enfants de corps, boursiers, et apprendre le cornet quand ils perdaient la voix, c'était juste un moyen de rester salarié à la cathédrale. Ce n'était pas son intérêt vraiment de jouer le cornet, mais rester à la cathédrale salarié. Après, quand ils ont trouvé un autre poste, chapelain, sous-chantre, chantre, ils ont laissé le cornet de côté. Et on a aussi des musiciens, par exemple Vicente Ramirez, qui est le dernier cornettiste. Il a refusé un poste de chapelain de corps parce qu'ils l'ont demandé de renoncer à cornet. Et il a dit non, je veux continuer à jouer le cornet. Cette liste est beaucoup plus intéressante parce que tous les cornettistes étaient censés de jouer la chalmie. En plus, on trouve les instruments secondaires qu'ils jouaient. Par exemple, Juan Bautista, qui jouait, en plus de la chalmie, jouait la flûte à bec et le petit dulcian. Au XVIIIe siècle, on trouve déjà les cordes, le bois, les violines, les violones, les corps. Et on a aussi des musiciens qui jouaient les cornets comme instrument secondaire, que son instrument principal c'était la dulcian, c'était la sac-boute, c'était le violone. Et bon, question que j'ai trouvée autour de cette recherche. La première, c'est le diapason de la chapelle, parce qu'on trouve pas mal des informations qui nous font supposer qu'il y a au moins 4 diapasons différents dans des périodes différentes, qui vont entre 370 et 440. Le timbre de la chapelle aussi, parce qu'il y a un rapport de la fin du XVIIe siècle, c'est plutôt 1684, pardon, où ils écrivent la pratique actuelle de la chapelle. Ils disent on a besoin que cet ordre sonne beaucoup plus, parce qu'en plus, on a besoin d'une mixture qui a 5 rangs. Ça nous fait penser que il faut poser des questions autour du timbre, autour du volume de la voix. Et bon, on a trouvé aussi un cornet muet, parce que si on applique la méthodologie proposée pour l'identification organologique des instruments, anciennement, ça a été classifié comme une flûte traversière, mais ça n'a rien à voir avec un tableau de 1690. Donc ça, c'est vraiment soit un cornet muet, soit un cornet droit, qui est actuellement, c'est la seule représentation qu'on a de cet instrument au Mexique. Mais ça, c'est un peu intéressant et nous faut poser des questions. Et bon, quelques conclusions. La chronologie du cornet à Mexico, c'est pas trop différent de ce qu'on sait actuellement sur la chronologie de cet instrument dans les cathédrales hispaniques. Ça veut dire c'est un instrument qui arrive à la cathédrale avec l'ensemble des ministriles pendant le XVIe siècle. Il arrive à son apogée vers la fin du XVIIe siècle, le début du XVIIIe siècle, et il disparaît en 1750, plus ou moins. On n'a pas trouvé une évidence sur le niveau technique des instrumentistes. On a des suppositions, parce qu'on a des instrumentistes qui jouaient très bien. On a des cornettistes qui refusaient d'apprendre la sac-bout, par exemple, mais ils étaient très bien payés en tant que cornettistes. Donc ça nous fait supposer dans certains niveaux techniques. Et oui, on parle de l'apogée du cornet vers la fin du XVIIe siècle. Je pense que c'est tout. Je ne sais pas si vous avez des questions. Ah oui, for those who will be interested in this master, I can send you if you ask. Je ne sais pas si... Dans le document, il parle d'un jeu qui s'appelle... oui, no, ici un registro de 5 filas. Un registro de 5 filas, c'est un jeu de 5 rangs. 5 filas sont 5 tubes par note. C'est un document, c'est un rapport d'expertise sur un ordre qui vient d'être construit en 1684, d'un grand ordre qui vient d'être construit. et il dit qu'ils ont besoin de ces jeux qui a 5 rangs pour accompagner la chapelle. La chapelle, ça veut dire la chapelle en tutti.
Donc c'est déjà à l'époque où la grande cathédrale était construite. Parce que
oui.
la sacristie actuelle, d'où viennent ces dessins, c'était l'ancienne cathédrale.
Oui, la sacristie, c'était une partie de... Non, mais à 1684, oui, le bâtiment actuel était déjà construit. Oui.
Merci.
Bonsoir à tous. Alors, par solidarité avec Sergio, je vais également parler français. Mon discours sera beaucoup plus précis. For every people who don't understand French at all, I can give a few words, a few understanding key if you want, but I think it's better to have a time just after to give you more explanation. Sorry. So, alors, dans les musées, on a une cinquantaine de cornets muets. Et sur cette cinquantaine de cornets muets, il y en a 25 à 30 qui sont attribués à des membres de la famille Bassano. C'est pas rien, c'est déjà une belle connexion. Je ne les ai pas tous mesurés, mais j'en ai vu quand même une bonne partie. Et ce qui m'a frappé, c'est les similitudes qu'il pouvait y avoir entre beaucoup d'instruments. La production d'un cornet muet, c'est déjà de l'usinage. On utilise les mêmes outils, etc. Donc c'est déjà quelque chose qui donne une bonne répétabilité. Voilà, donc la question, c'est si on s'intéresse aux copies de cornets muets, lequel copier, quel instrument copier. Et voilà, on a pu voir avec mes prédécesseurs que certaines techniques permettent d'avoir vraiment une très très bonne précision pour copier un instrument. Mais la question que je me suis posée, c'est voilà, le facteur à l'époque, quel plan il avait, pour lui, qu'est-ce qu'il pouvait produire comme instrument quand on lui passait une commande. J'imagine qu'on lui passait des commandes. Voilà, donc ça va être une petite séance de reverse engineering pour essayer de retrouver un plan à partir d'une série d'instruments très très semblables. Voilà, il y a des petites différences en termes de taille et de diamètre, mais c'est vraiment, pour moi, c'est fait probablement avec le même plan, voire avec les mêmes outils. Voilà. Donc il y a déjà eu beaucoup de copies faites par mes prédécesseurs. Je pense notamment aux travaux de Fritz Heller sur les instruments de Berlin, aux travaux de Paolo Fanciulacci sur les instruments de Rome, les travaux de Maillon. Il y a beaucoup de copies de cornets muets au musée de Bruxelles, c'est assez intéressant. Bref, je ne vais pas énumérer tout le monde, je crois que Patrick aussi a fait une copie. Voilà, donc il faut déjà collecter une série de mesures d'instruments originaux, éplucher beaucoup de publications, des plans, de scans, et c'est parti pour la comparaison. Les bois utilisés pour les cornets muets sont très souvent des fruitiers assez serrés, assez fins, du poirier, du cormier, des choses comme ça, ou du bois de buis, majoritairement des instruments en buis. Les longueurs sont assez similaires sur les instruments que je vais vous présenter. Et on va s'amuser à comparer les perces, les embouchures, les signatures, l'emplacement des trous, essayer de faire des conclusions, de tirer des conclusions pour obtenir un plan et refabriquer un instrument qui ne sera pas la copie d'un instrument en particulier, mais une synthèse d'une série d'instruments très proches. Alors, quand je prends des mesures d'instruments, j'aime bien rentrer toutes les cotes dans mon ordinateur et puis tracer les perces. Donc là, on a des choses assez diversifiées. Je n'ai pas mis tous les muets que j'avais dans mes bases de données parce que ce serait vraiment illisible.
On voit qu'il y a quand même beaucoup d'instruments ici qui sont très similaires. Et puis certains dont la perce est beaucoup plus étroite et certains la perce plus importante. Il y a pas mal d'instruments plus gros, notamment ceux qui comportent la triple signature bassano. En général, la perce est plus importante. Voilà, moi ce qui m'intéressait, c'est vraiment cette série d'instruments qui sont très similaires. Voilà, donc j'ai extrait ces instruments-là. Alors évidemment, quand on prend des mesures, il peut y avoir des erreurs de mesure. Comment est-ce qu'on traite l'ovalisation de certaines parties de l'instrument? On en a parlé, les instruments se déforment avec le temps, avec l'humidité. Donc il faut faire des moyennes et puis se dire qu'on mesure quelque chose qui a un passé, qui a un vécu. Et tirer aussi des conclusions de la fabrication de maintenant, parce que quand on commence à fabriquer des cornets muets, il y a beaucoup de techniques à apprendre, le perçage, le tournage, etc. Au fur et à mesure des erreurs qu'on peut produire, on comprend les erreurs qui ont pu advenir sur les instruments du passé. Les problèmes de centrage, les problèmes d'outils qui dérapent, etc. Chaque instrument dans un musée nous donne une petite partie de son histoire. Ça, il n'y a qu'en fabriquant des instruments soi-même ou en regardant quelqu'un les faire et en faisant des erreurs qu'on peut avoir des clés de compréhension pour comprendre ça. Voilà, donc là c'est la liste des instruments que j'ai sélectionnés, qui d'après mes mesures ou celles que j'ai pu collecter à droite à gauche, dans certains livres et auprès de certains collègues, sont vraiment très proches. Voilà, donc on va faire un petit tour de ces instruments. Donc un cornet muet à Bologne. Regardez bien la signature ici. Là, les signatures varient un petit peu. Dans la famille Bassano, il y a plusieurs signatures. C'est intéressant de voir qu'il y a des instruments très proches qui ont des signatures un petit peu différentes. Voilà. La particularité de ce cornet, c'est que l'embouchure a été recreusée au XIXe siècle, probablement pour planter une embouchure de trompette dedans ou de cornet à piston. Voilà, c'est pas le seul instrument que j'ai pu voir comme ça. Je pense qu'au XIXe siècle, il y a eu beaucoup d'expérimentation. Je crois même qu'il y a une des trompettes de Toutankhamon qui a souffert de ce genre de traitement. Voilà. Mais cet instrument est tout à fait jouable. Évidemment, il n'a plus le même son qu'à l'origine, puisque le creusement de l'embouchure donne un son un peu moins venteux, et probablement fait descendre un petit peu le diapason. Voilà. Les instruments de Vérone, mes propres photos étaient vraiment trop anciennes et mauvaises, donc je vous propose celle-ci pour illustrer l'instrument dont je vais parler. Je n'ai malheureusement pas les mesures des trois autres. En tout cas, dans mes notes, c'est vraiment très proche. J'avais simplement mesuré celui qui jouait le mieux quand je l'ai pu les essayer. C'était au tout début de mes recherches, donc il faut que j'y retourne pour mesurer les autres. Alors, à Bruxelles, il y a 4 instruments très proches, dont certains qui forment une paire évidente. Ces deux-là. Alors attention, là il y en a un qui a été recoupé avec une petite bague en laiton. C'est probablement la même chose que l'instrument de Bologne. On a quand même l'impression que ça a été recreusé pour faire tenir quelque chose. Et bon, cette petite bague en laiton m'a l'air un peu tardive. Après, c'est juste une supposition, je ne sais pas de quand elle date. Mais en tout cas, les deux instruments sont vraiment très très proches. Voilà. Alors sur les photos, il y a un cornet qui s'est ajouté... parce que quand j'ai pris ces photos, je n'avais pas pensé faire cette présentation et je n'avais surtout pas encore comparé les perces internes. Voilà d'autres photos des cornets de Bruxelles. On voit donc un autre type de signature, j'en reparlerai plus tard. Quelques détails au niveau des trous. On pourra se poser des questions. Pourquoi l'intérieur du trou est noir? Est-ce que c'est de la saleté ou est-ce que ça a été frotté avec un fer chaud? Voilà, détail du pavillon avec des bords bien francs. Détail dans l'embouchure. Voilà. Alors, il y a 2 instruments à Leipzig qui ont attiré mon attention. Alors, à Leipzig, il y a 2 paires de cornets, 2 petits et 2 grands. Je vais parler uniquement des 2 petits. Voilà, donc détail de la signature, du pavillon, l'embouchure. Alors, ce qu'on peut remarquer ici, c'est qu'il y a vraiment un angle entre le fond de la cuvette et le grain. Il y a 4 types d'embouchures de cornet muet, le type A qui est comme ça, le type B qui est un entonnoir puis la perce, puis les types C qui sont hémisphériques et relevés. Mon avis, c'est que la seule transformation possible, c'est du type B vers le type A. Enfin, après, les autres très relevés, on en a quand même très peu d'exemplaires, donc peut-être ça a été transformé, mais j'en reparlerai plus tard. Je pense qu'il y a certaines embouchures qui ont été recreusées, soit par l'usure, soit pour des soucis d'accord ou autre, ou pour planter une embouchure de trompette. Donc attention à la façon d'identifier l'embouchure, il faut vraiment voir qu'il n'y a pas de traces de modification. Voilà, le second instrument donc est désigné dans le catalogue du musée comme faisant partie d'une paire avec le précédent. Et déjà au début du XXe siècle, il y a des études qui ont montré qu'un cornettiste très célèbre de l'époque à Kassel, parce que ces instruments proviennent de Kassel, s'appelait Georg Groman. Et il y a un instrument avec 2 initiales, GG, donc dans le catalogue du musée, ils ont très vite émis l'hypothèse que GG pouvait désigner Georg Groman. Voilà, je laisserai Lambert vous expliquer ça bien mieux que moi, je pense qu'il a bien plus creusé le sujet. Voilà, donc c'est cette paire d'instruments qui va m'intéresser. Alors, quelques photos en plus. Alors, vous voyez, c'est pas tout à fait la même démarche qu'avec le scan. Moi, c'est que des photos et des explications ou des hypothèses issues de ce que j'ai pu apprendre en fabriquant des instruments. Donc, toujours une embouchure assez droite avec un angle au grain. Une vue de la perce avec un endoscope. Alors, Patrick nous a parlé de marques d'accords. Moi, je pense que c'est des marques d'alésoir, mais enfin, quel était le but? Je ne sais pas. Il faudrait comparer si on retrouve les mêmes marques aux mêmes endroits dans des instruments faits, similaires, voir si c'est des marques d'outils ou si c'est intentionnel. Voilà, toujours en détail des trous noircis à l'intérieur. Voilà. Ça, ce sont les radios de ces 2 instruments. Donc, alors ce qui est intéressant, c'est que dans les inventaires du début du XVIIe siècle, ces 2 paires de cornets sont déjà dessinés comme des paires de cornets. Et alors, on peut mesurer des choses de façon extrêmement précise, mais ce qui au début du XVIIe siècle est désigné comme une paire de cornets, vous voyez qu'on a au niveau des trous des pouces des différences de sous-coupage vraiment importantes. De la même façon, on voit une claire différence entre les 2 embouchures. Celle-ci est un petit peu plus petite et moins profonde. Celle-ci est un peu plus profonde. Le grain, enfin, le début de la perce est un peu plus large. Donc voilà, qu'est-ce qui est appelé instrument similaire à une certaine époque et comment est-ce qu'on peut les désigner maintenant avec notre esprit cartésien et notre désir d'absolu et de précision. Voilà. Alors, une série d'instruments à Rome que j'ai inclus dans mon étude parce que les mesures sont vraiment très proches. Et ce qui est intéressant, c'est que c'est une autre signature attribuée à un membre de la famille Bassano. Mais au niveau des perces, c'est vraiment très proche. Et posséder une série de 5 instruments similaires, c'est vraiment très intéressant pour étudier les tolérances entre les différentes fabrications. Et essayer de savoir qu'est-ce qui était important comme mesure à l'époque et qu'est-ce qui l'était moins. Voilà. Là, je vous ai mis un petit arbre généalogique de la famille Bassano et une petite collection de signatures. Alors, on pourrait prendre des photos de dites signatures. Il y en a sur des flûtes, des chalémis, des cornets, plein de choses. Et alors, peut-être un jour, on arriverait à tracer des lignes entre les différents membres de la famille et les signatures. Ou alors, est-ce que c'était attaché à un atelier? Je ne sais pas. Voilà. Un petit mot concernant ces signatures, on peut quand même trouver cette association ir.s qui serait Hieronymus, avec l'aigle à 2 têtes, qui ressemble quand même beaucoup à une signature Bassano. Est-ce que c'est ça? On parle des fois d'oreilles de lapin. Je ne sais pas si c'est vraiment encore actuel. Apparemment, il y a un blason qui représenterait un bombix, le papillon du ver à soie. Est-ce que ça représente un papillon? C'est possible. En ce qui concerne ces marques-là, je vois une grande similitude avec des fruits d'érable. Et l'érable est un bois très très important dans la facture instrumentale, tant pour les cordes que pour les vents. Bon, c'est simplement une hypothèse, mais c'est peut-être tout à la fois. En tout cas, qu'est-ce qu'on cherche à représenter avec cette signature ? Je ne sais pas. Tout ce que je peux vous dire, c'est qu'il y a des instruments qui comportent différentes signatures et qui ont des perces vraiment très très proches. Pour moi, ont été faits avec le même plan et avec peut-être les mêmes outils. Donc on va essayer de refabriquer ce plan. Voilà. Ah, un petit mot sur les embouchures. Je vous ai apporté des petits moulages d'embouchures ici de 3 cornets de Bruxelles. Si vous voulez les voir, ils sont en cire. Ça peut vous donner un petit peu des idées de ce qu'on trouve dans les musées. Voilà. En gros, la perce commence entre 5,5 et 5,7 mm et les plus gros, c'est 6,5, 6,8. Alors attention, parce que le début de la perce, c'est l'endroit le plus fragile de l'instrument. Il a pu s'user aussi. Donc, quand je fais une refabrication, je préfère faire un peu plus petit et ajuster en agrandissant. Voilà. Ça, c'est le travail de facture. C'est où est-ce que je laisse une petite marge pour ajuster mon instrument, puisqu'ici, l'idée, ce n'est pas de faire une copie stricte, mais de produire un instrument à partir d'une synthèse. Les diamètres intérieurs de l'embouchure sont très standards, 13,5 à 14 mm, des fois un tout petit peu plus. Et l'extérieur, 16,5 à 18, des fois un petit peu plus sur certains instruments. Sur la série que j'ai pu mesurer, c'est plutôt des embouchures un peu petites et de la forme B. Donc vraiment l'entonnoir, un angle au grain et on part dans la perce. Voilà. Alors, un petit mot sur l'épaisseur des parois et les dimensions extérieures de l'instrument. Là, j'ai juste pris le plan d'un instrument pour vous montrer comment calculer l'épaisseur des parois et faire une moyenne. Évidemment, la perce est des fois pas complètement centrée par rapport à l'extérieur, surtout avec le buis qui est un bois vraiment très nerveux. Le buis, c'est extrêmement rare qu'entre le début de la fabrication et la fin de la fabrication, quel que soit l'objet, le bois n'ait pas libéré des tensions internes et ne se soit pas déformé. D'ailleurs, si certains s'amusent à faire des instruments en buis en faisant du fraisage en partant de scans, il y a de fortes chances que le bois travaille pendant l'usinage. Le résultat de ces torsions, on voit vraiment ça dans les instruments des musées, tout comme on les voit dans les instruments actuels en buis. Je parlerai un petit peu des étapes de fabrication plus tard et ce qui est délicat avec le buis. Voilà, donc ça c'est un plan de Cornet tel que il sort de mon ordinateur quand je reviens du musée. Voilà, donc pour avoir une idée des épaisseurs de parois, je mesure la différence entre l'intérieur et l'extérieur et je divise par 2, tout simplement. La suite. Alors là, c'est une petite étude sur les placements des trous. Donc pour tous ces instruments, j'ai calculé le rapport entre la distance entre l'embouchure et le centre des trous par rapport à la longueur totale. Alors c'est un choix. La longueur totale de l'instrument n'est pas une donnée si intéressante que ça, puisqu'on peut très bien avoir 2 instruments de longueur identique avec des diapasons légèrement différents. Le diapason dépend de la perce et du placement des trous également. Voilà. Souvent, quand on accorde un instrument, on peut raccourcir un peu l'instrument. Je les fabrique toujours un peu plus longs, et pendant que j'accorde, je raccourcis. Alors, est-ce qu'ils faisaient comme ça à l'époque? Je ne sais pas, mais en tout cas, il n'y a pas une linéarité parfaite entre longueur et diapason. Bon, donc j'ai quand même fait, par rapport à la longueur totale, ça nous donne un petit peu l'idée de la tolérance appliquée au positionnement des trous. Hein, donc là, en bas, c'est les numéros des trous. Et là, c'est entre 0 et 1, le placement par rapport au début et la longueur totale. Donc ce qu'on voit dans cette série d'instruments, c'est que globalement, les trous sont à peu près placés au même endroit, c'est-à-dire les proportions des différentes distances entre les trous est vraiment respectée. Ce qui montre qu'il y a une volonté, quelle que soit la longueur de l'instrument, d'avoir quelque chose de proportionnel. Voilà, ça c'est assez important. Ça démontre que ce n'est pas placé au hasard et que si le facteur voulait faire un instrument un peu plus long, peut-être pour qu'il soit un peu plus bas, il décalait très légèrement les trous en bas et vice-versa. Voilà. Alors, voici le plan de l'instrument qui est la synthèse de la quinzaine d'instruments sélectionnés. Donc, j'ai fait une moyenne de toutes les perces. en m'ajustant un petit peu sur le haut, puisque ça permet de prendre en compte le rétrécissement du bois avec le temps et certains problèmes de valisation, qui sont beaucoup plus marqués au côté pavillon que côté embouchure. Voilà, j'ai placé les trous en faisant simplement en me plaçant au milieu de chaque proportion. Et j'ai calculé des épaisseurs de parois un petit peu plus gros au début, un peu plus fin à l'arrivée, comme quasiment tous les cornets muets de cette série, avec une moyenne de 5,5 mm pour l'épaisseur des parois. Sachant que de toute façon, lors du processus d'usinage, il peut très bien y avoir des cintrages de l'instrument qui font que, in fine, une paroi sera plus épaisse que l'autre. C'est ce qu'on voit très très souvent dans les scans d'instruments, dans les livres ou les radios. Voilà. Encore une fois, je n'ai pas cherché une précision absolue, mais juste essayé de retrouver un plan en faisant des moyennes d'une série d'instruments. Voilà, alors je me suis amusé à représenter ce plan avec les unités d'époque, enfin ce que j'ai pu comprendre des unités de longueur qui avaient cours en Vénétie au courant XVIe siècle, début XVIIe. Alors j'ai trouvé beaucoup de sources là-dessus, mais la plupart s'accordent à donner une oncia 12 points égale 28,92 mm. Un point ou une ligne en français, 2,41 mm. L'idée, c'est de voir s'il y a des évidences. Hein, je vais faire une petite digression, mais on a beaucoup d'objets qui sont intimement liés à notre système de mesure. Alors, je vais prendre un exemple vraiment très éloigné, mais si on regarde des charpentes dans un pays où c'est le système métrique et des charpentes dans un pays où c'est le système impérial, on n'a pas du tout les mêmes standards. Voilà. C'est très facile de retrouver le système de mesure en fonction de ce qu'on voit. Alors, pour les instruments, c'est un petit peu plus compliqué puisqu'il y a des codes qui sont vraiment liés à l'acoustique. Mais certains points de certains instruments n'ont pas de... Ils peuvent être plus épais ou plus fins, ça ne change rien. Donc pourquoi pas ne pas donner une mesure entière, voilà, ou avoir au moins quelques repères. Alors, au niveau de la perce, on n'a pas beaucoup d'identification entre le système métrique et le système de mesure de l'époque, si ce n'est à peu près une once au pavillon. Ce que j'ai trouvé de plus flagrant, c'est les écarts entre les trous. Donc entre le pouce et l'index, une once 4 points. Dans la première triade, une once 6 points, avec souvent le trou du milieu très légèrement décalé vers celui du haut, comme pour suivre une certaine proportion. Après une once 11 points, entre le troisième trou et le quatrième trou devant. Et après une once 7 points entre les trous de la triade du bas. Les diamètres des trous vont de 6 mm pour certains trous de pouce à plus de 8 mm pour les trous de jeu devant. Ça, c'est beaucoup déterminé par l'épaisseur de la paroi et si on a placé plus haut ou plus bas. Donc c'est vraiment en jouant l'instrument, en finissant l'instrument, qu'on accorde et qu'on ajuste le diamètre des trous, le sous-coupage. Voilà, donc il y a dans cette série des choses assez diverses, mais toujours liées à l'épaisseur de la paroi. En tout cas, en moyenne, on a 3 points. Donc je ne sais pas si le facteur avait dans sa série de forêts un forêt de diamètre 3 points, mais probablement il l'a utilisé pour percer les trous. En tout cas, cette idée est séduisante. Voilà. Donc, une fois que j'ai fait le plan papier que vous venez de voir, avant d'aller dans mon atelier devant mon tour à bois, je produis un plan d'atelier. Alors, parce que les papiers dans un atelier, c'est terrible. Alors, sur ce plan d'atelier, donc c'est une petite baguette de bois. Sur le devant, j'ai les diamètres intérieurs. Derrière, j'ai les diamètres extérieurs. Et sur le côté, j'ai les placements des trous. Voilà, tout ce qui est embouchure, etc., j'utilise les moulages et des mesures quand je les fabrique. Voilà, ça c'est assez pratique parce que ça ne se froisse pas. On peut le poser sur l'instrument, se reporter. Voilà, calculer la progression des différents alésoirs. Je reste persuadé que les cornets muets sont faits avec une série d'alésoirs parce que fabriquer un outil de la taille de l'instrument, c'est déjà compliqué pour faire le premier trou, mais alors s'il faut faire un outil conique pour toute la longueur, c'est vraiment délicat, et si jamais l'instrument se cintre un peu, ça devient complètement inutilisable. Donc je pense que pour des soucis d'accord et de facilité de fabrication, nos prédécesseurs ont sûrement eu recours à des séries d'alésoirs qui ont pu laisser des marques à certains endroits dans les instruments, comme vous avez pu voir sur les photos. Voilà, donc à propos d'outils, il faut fabriquer des outils. Donc comme je disais, ce qui est intéressant avec un cornet muet, c'est que c'est un instrument complet. Il y a l'embouchure et tout l'instrument. Le fait d'utiliser les mêmes outils implique que ça fait une série d'instruments similaires. Fabriquer un alésoir, fabriquer un outil, c'est très long. Alors, encore avec les techniques de maintenant, j'imagine qu'à l'époque, fabriquer un alésoir, c'est très long. Voilà. Après, il faut sélectionner le bois. Donc, j'ai pris du buis pour ma première version de cet instrument, puisque c'est vraiment le bois qui est le plus représenté dans ce que nous avons dans les musées. Est-ce que c'est parce que c'était ce qui avait le plus utilisé, ou est-ce que c'est parce que c'est ce qui vieillit le mieux? Je ne sais pas, mais en tout cas, je trouvais ça pertinent de refaire un instrument en buis, avec toutes les contraintes que ça peut imposer. Voilà. La première étape de fabrication, c'est également la plus complexe. Une fois qu'on a sélectionné le bout de bois, il faut le monter sur le tour et faire un trou au plus petit diamètre d'un bout à l'autre. Alors ça, c'est la technique que j'emploie parce qu'à l'heure actuelle, on peut quand même plus facilement qu'à l'époque avoir des grands outils de perçage et plus précis. Il y a aussi certains cornets, et c'est ce que je pratiquais au tout début, qui ont été percés des deux côtés. Donc une bonne partie de la longueur a un diamètre un peu plus gros que le diamètre minimum, retournement et perçage depuis le côté embouchure au plus petit diamètre, mais sur une portion moins longue, avec les problèmes de désalignement que ça peut engendrer et des ovalisations et des irrégularités de perce qu'il peut y avoir à certains endroits. Quand dans le carrelet, vous avez un premier trou parfaitement droit, c'est facile. C'est pareil pour les chalémis et tous les instruments avant tournés. Quand le premier trou est légèrement courbe ou décentré, comme on va de toute façon élargir la perce avec différents outils, on va quand même obtenir un instrument à la fin. Mais quand on a un trou qui est légèrement courbe et qu'on met des alésoirs coniques dedans, ils vont tourner un peu comme ça, et ça va être plus délicat d'avoir la mesure qu'on veut. Ce qui peut aussi donner les petits écarts entre les différents instruments, ou certaines irrégularités dans la perce de certains cornets. Je pense que les alésoirs ont dû tourner tellement de façon excentrique que ça a creusé un peu des chambres à certains endroits, qui peuvent être aussi interprétés comme des interventions postérieures pour l'accord de l'instrument. Mais c'est quand même assez rare. Donc moi, j'ai eu ce problème-là avec des outils qui tournaient pas rond parce que la perce était cintrée. Donc je pense qu'il y a de fortes chances qu'ils aient eu les mêmes problèmes à l'époque, puisqu'on travaille les mêmes bois. Voilà, donc perçage en long, première étape est la plus complexe. Après, une fois que le premier trou est fait, tous les outils vont suivre ce trou-là, enfin c'est ce qu'on espère, et ne pas dévier. Voilà. Mais le bois n'est pas un matériau homogène, et les outils auront toujours tendance à aller là où c'est plus facile. Donc comme il y a des parties plus dures que d'autres, voilà. Après le premier trou, on effectue un alésage graduel à l'aide d'une série de mèches. Donc l'intérieur va ressembler vraiment à une série de marches d'escalier. Alors, moi, c'est une série de mèches en cote millimétrique. Donc j'ai un accroissement de 2 mm par 2 mm. Je ne sais pas ce qu'ils avaient comme outil à l'époque. Enfin, on a une petite idée, mais il est fort probable qu'ils aient une série de mèches cuillères qui percent de plus en plus gros pour faire une ébauche. Enlever beaucoup de bois d'un coup, c'est un énorme effort sur le bois, on risque de faire éclater le carrelet. Il faut vraiment enlever du bois de façon graduelle. Donc l'avantage de faire une série de trous cylindriques, c'est qu'on ne perce que sur le bout, donc on minimise l'effort de coupe. Quand on fait un cône, on coupe sur toute la longueur du cône, et ça c'est un gros effort pour le bout de bois. Donc c'est pour ça que l'alésoir intervient vraiment aux dernières étapes de fabrication pour enlever les derniers millimètres de bois. parce que sinon, tout simplement, c'est impossible de tourner l'outil dedans, quoi. Donc on ne fait pas directement un trou avec une grande mèche conique, c'est parfaitement impossible. Et la friction créerait beaucoup trop de chaleur, et ça ferait brûler l'intérieur du bois. Donc l'idée, c'est d'y aller petit à petit, en s'approchant de la cote finale. Voilà. Donc la cote finale est donnée par une série d'alésoirs. Donc passage de l'alésoir, vérification des mesures. Alors moi j'utilise des rondelles pour mesurer. L'idée c'est d'avoir l'intérieur de la perce qui colle au maximum au plan qu'on s'est donné. Et à l'aide de cette petite baguette, on peut reporter les cotes sur l'extérieur du morceau de bois, ce qui permet de contrôler très très facilement l'intérieur et l'extérieur. Voilà. Alors, 7e étape, une fois que la perce est créée dans le morceau de bois, on retourne le morceau de bois, on le monte sur ce qui s'appelle une lunette, et on va façonner l'embouchure. Alors ça, c'est une étape assez complexe parce qu'il faut que ça tourne assez rond, assez centré sur la perce, et il faut qu'on ait accès au bout du bois. Alors je suis désolé de ne pas vous avoir fait de photos pour ça, mais je pense que c'est vraiment mieux d'aller voir un tourneur et de voir les choses en vrai. Bref, après ça, on enlève la lunette, on reprend l'instrument qui a sa perce et son embouchure entre pointes, et on fait le tournage de l'extérieur. Le tournage de l'extérieur qui est assez délicat parce que le bois souvent se met à vibrer. Comme c'est un cornet mieux, c'est quand même quelque chose de long et fin, pris entre deux extrémités. Ça reste quand même quelque chose d'un peu souple. En tout cas, on a très très vite des vibrations qui interviennent. Donc il y a toute une série de techniques qui permettent de minimiser ces vibrations. Voilà. La finition de l'instrument, alors ici je vous ai apporté ma première version de mes travaux, et j'ai tenu à réaliser une finition avec des outils d'époque, donc uniquement les outils de tournage et un racloir. Il n'y a pas de papier de verre là-dedans, enfin surtout à l'extérieur. Donc on a une finition qui ressemble un petit peu à ce qu'on peut trouver dans les musées, sachant que les cornets anciens ont été patinés avec le temps. Voilà. Mais on voit sur beaucoup d'instruments dans les musées des traces d'outils, des traces de racloirs, pas que sur les cornets, sur tous les instruments. Sur les violons, les tables de clavecin, etc. On voit les marques d'outils. Ce n'est pas du tout poncé et lisse et poli comme beaucoup de choses qu'on fait maintenant, parce qu'on a accès à des abrasifs modernes. Voilà, je ne sais pas où j'en suis au niveau de l'heure, il faut que je me dépêche. Donc après ça, huilage de l'instrument, perçage des trous, alésage des trous en jouant pour vérifier si ça marche, est-ce que ça marche. Évaluation du diapason. Alors pour l'instant, j'ai laissé une toute petite marge au niveau de l'embouchure. On pourrait la creuser un peu plus, on pourrait aléser un petit peu le début de la perce, mais enfin, ça joue à peu près à 480 Hz avec un doigté en Fa, ce qui est assez proche de ce que j'ai pu essayer dans certains musées. Voilà, si je creuse l'embouchure, ça va jouer un peu plus bas, donc ça peut être intéressant comme évolution. Voilà. On peut s'amuser. Comme c'est pas une copie stricte, on craint pas de bricoler pour voir qu'est-ce qui marche mieux, qu'est-ce qui marche moins bien. Voilà, si certains veulent essayer, il est là. Voilà, j'ai déjà parlé de l'évolution du modèle. C'est une base de travail pour s'amuser à jouer un instrument qui ressemble de très près à ce qu'on a dans les musées, sans forcément se dire que c'est une copie exacte. Au moins, on peut travailler dessus. Voilà. Et puis on verra bien comment ça vieillit. Est-ce que j'ai un instrument complètement cintré et tout ovale dans quelques années, puisque beaucoup de déformations du bois interviennent au début de la vie de l'instrument, et pas forcément 3 siècles après. C'est vraiment, ça vient très vite, quoi. Même si le bois est sec au départ, c'est un bois nerveux. Voilà. Je pense que ça peut avoir un intérêt pour quelqu'un qui voudrait s'amuser à rejouer de la musique de l'époque sur un instrument d'époque. Voilà, j'ai fini. Un dernier mot. j'ai amené un instrument en courte finition qui est assez proche de ça. C'est un de mes standards en Fa à 465, voilà, pour voir les différences de compromis. Alors évidemment, l'instrument est plus gros, mais vous voyez, les trous sont quand même significativement plus bas, ce qui est une grande différence entre les cornets qu'on joue maintenant et les cornets d'époque. Voilà, il y a des compromis d'accords à respecter à l'heure actuelle qui imposent certaines choses. Voilà, merci. Voilà, si on a des questions.
Are there any questions before dinner? It's called Café Remords. So for basically all speakers and all people that actually applied through the little spread. I mean, it was a Google form or something. So people who are not speakers but actually filled in that form, there is a seat at that table reserved for you as well. For all others, I mean, you're very welcome to come, but I can't guarantee that there will be spaces left in that restaurant. Café Remords is Place du Cirque. It's like 5 minutes walk from here. Café Remords, Place du Cirque numéro 3. And any other questions? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we can say probably goodbye to the rest of the cornetto world on l'Internet mondial. Salut, salut. And we don't need to share our laundry. Okay.